So men and women equally important. Now I am from the Department of Commerce, especially I am in the finance area. Now I want to focus on two important aspects, the policy and finance. You know that for every initiative, a policy is required. The policy may be initiated by the central government, state government, or the local government. Now with this policy, now we have to treat, not only that, we have to consider women and men, which are very much equal. Now under the policy guidelines for the purpose of inclusivity, now central government is also allowing the finance department in the form of gender budgeting. Even state government, even the different institutions which they are focusing on gender budgeting. Now why you require this? Because for the purpose of motivate the woman into the mainstream. Now policies are there, but implementation part is lagging. Now even in the central budget also, so we have category A and B type of allocations. 100% meant for women, certain schemes, and up to 50 to 60% may be related to the women . But its percentage of allocation and releasing of funds is how much when you compare with GDP? It is very much meager. That's why if you see the absolute figure, that may be in crores, but when you take the percentage of GDP, it is very, very, very meager amount. Now with that meager allocations, it is very difficult to allocate, and not only that, to get the woman into the mainstream activity. Now this is one of the important point and challenge which we have to highlight. Now how many number of years, even today, it is required to go for fighting for equity in the form of different activities. Now not only that, in the form of entrepreneurs, in the form of the political inclusion. Now how many women are participating, and how many are there in assembly, how many are there in parliament, what is their percentage, and not only that, how many are there in minister and other positions. When you even take the private corporate, how many women are at CEO level? It is very, very less, you can count on fingers. So, this is also another important point which we have to consider, their participation. But theoretically we can speak many things, but practically which is not visible. Now that is very important point which we have to consider. When you go with third point, when you approach a financial institution for the purpose of you want to start your own business, the success rate is less compared to the men, and large amounts of finance is also not possible for mobilization from the different sources by the human entrepreneurs. That is another point which is logic. Now we have to motivate the woman into the entrepreneurship. Now these days we are speaking that India is having young population. The young population of girls and boys. But where we are training, where we are importing the skills, how we are using this young population into the process of development. That is also one important point which we have to consider. Now how we have to make, or how we have to consider their interest, and we have to pump the money into their startups or the small businesses. Now this is the important point which is logging. Now you know Kiran Majumdar. If you study her biography, the first point she highlighted on the finances which are very much scarce to the women entrepreneurs. They are clogging in mobilization of the finances from the industry. Now the same is continuing even today. Now government is working, but it is not sufficient. It is not meeting the expectations of the women, those who are into the business. And you can also take in employment. But one thing I am very happy to share, this generation is very much interested. When you observe Osmania University and other colleges, the girl students are much more compared to the boys. Now this is the right time when the girl enrollment is more, when it is more than 50%, 55%, somewhere 60% also there. Now they are turning up to the institutions and they are studying. Even they are cracking different competitive exams today. But the thing is, we have to encourage and we have to give the freedom to study, freedom to do the things. So they may be interested in different activities like the startups or maybe the jobs and other. Now we have to encourage as a family, we have to encourage as a friend, we have to encourage as a government by initiating different policies. Now we can also focus on the financial inclusion. Not only that, the digital financial inclusion. So how many are into this financial inclusion? Now their number is less compared to the men. And the financial inclusion is the order of the day. Now, not only financial inclusion, we must also focus on social inclusion. So social inclusion is also needed. Now, not only that, which I have already shared, the inclusion in governance. See, there is a lot of difference between male and female in the case of governance. Female are very much strict compared to the men. If it is related to the family finances, female will manage successfully, and the governance also much more. But in corporate, the women participation in top positions are very meager. Because of that also certain corporates are failing. Now, the corporate failures which we have to reduce in the form of include the women participation in the board of directors and top level positions. Now, that's why they made at least one woman director should be there in the board of directors. They mandated. If it is not mandated, no one will be there in the board of directors. So that's why we have to consider the different areas. Especially, we are talking about the sustainability. Even sustainability is also possible when you include women into the mainstream, because they know how to go with the sustainability. Now they are aware, but only thing is that we have to encourage and we have to promote. So with these figures, now even in urban, the education may be there, but their participation in the employment is less. That we have to address. Now why they are logging? And not only that, initially they may be into employment, but after some time they will disappear from the employment. You know the problems. After marriage and the family restrictions and other, they may take a break, or they thought that they are taking break, but they are not turning out after the break given because of a number of challenges. But these are the things which we have to address. And we are focusing on Viksit Bharat. How India is going to become a developed nation by 2047 without the women participation. We can't expect this. Now we are expecting $30 trillion economy by 2047. Yes, this is possible with the participation of, active participation of women. That is very much needed now. So that's why both men and women and this particular young generation is going to work hard by taking the sustainability into account. Now we are talking about climate finance, green finance, transition finance. So these are the different forms which is required at present. And we are focusing on net zero emissions. Yes, net zero emissions by 2070, India should be a zero emission country by 2070. Yes, this is possible with the help of only men and women. We must start from our family, from institutions, then only we will achieve. Now, because of this pollution, we are experiencing different types of diseases, and that also we have to address. So for that we have to educate the woman much more. When one woman may be educated in the family, the total family educated. So that is the role of the woman, and we have to focus on their development, and not only that, for their achievements and for the fulfillment of their dreams. That is very, very important. So with these few words, I thank the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for expressing your concern regarding the low level of female participation in politics and entrepreneurship, in spite of the very fact that female are sharing the equal percentage demographically. Sir also highlighted the significance of financial inclusion in India. With his more than 2 decades of experience in teaching and research and in financial management, sir has highlighted the significance of glass ceiling, and there is a need of gender equity so that women should be the decision maker rather than only representing their percentage in the society and at national level. Thank you, sir. Now I take the privilege to invite the second speaker, Professor Gopa Samanta, Osmania University, West Bengal. Thank you.
So remind me if I'm taking more time. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Srinagesh, for your kind invitation for this lecture in this conference. The issues of women's work and emancipation lie close to my heart because I'm engaged in understanding that field over 3 decades. So I'm very happy to be here and listen to all other people who are speaking on the same issues. I'm happy that the title of the conference itself, it is using the term equity. When Sustainable Development Goals came up in 2013, and the goal number 5 is gender equality, and I was thinking, who asked for equality? Feminists are arguing for a long, long time that we don't want equality, we want equity. Whatever we need that specific things to ease our practices in life, in work and household cares. So it's a thank you once again for keeping gender equity rather than equality in the title of the conference. Since yesterday, almost all issues around gender equity in urban planning, track 2 I'm talking about, urban planning, etc., has been covered and discussed, especially who talked about the second track, gave a full list of things on what to do on urban planning to bring gender equity in our concern. So I'm not going to repeat those. Rather, I engage myself in raising some questions before you to think over. Now coming to the data. So data is presenting, PLFS data is presenting that women's participation has increased. I'm not an economist. I don't understand the data as such. But I was reading a lot of stuff which is written by other economists who looked into the data. So what exactly is the increase? Increase in the without pay work, and which we show that employment. It's a work, but it's not an employment. But it is included within the PLFS data, which is employment figures. So work and employment are not the same. Feminists are good for recognition of the work of women But now the government has taken over and considered it within the employment figures. So there is a problem in that. And also, the precarious kind of work is more among women. That's the economist's explanation of the database. So, the question is, now what are the questions in front of us? We all know that the issue of gender equity is more structural. So, when other speakers were talking about that, we have to take care of the home, we have to take care of the household things. So actually they were talking about that structure. The structure is the societal structure, the cultural structure we have built over so long time, where patriarchy makes a huge contribution. And when I use the term patriarchy, I'm not talking about men, because patriarchy doesn't produce men, patriarchy also produces awful women too. So where women's oppression is practiced by other women also. So marriage itself, I still consider the early marriage and early pregnancy is a huge barrier to enter into the workforce for women across classes. It's not only the case of poor, but it also the case of the middle class. When my students pass out and after masters, they always say that there is a huge pressure coming from the family for the marriage. And I ask them to buy 4 or 5 years so that you can prepare and get something as work. And recently I can give you one example. One of my ex-students came up with a shaved head. I said, come on, what happened? To escape from marriage. The pressure was too huge, so I shaved my hair. So that kind of resentment is needed from women to fight with that structural condition when parents are willing to give the women some time for looking for a job. But all the bigger family, like, cousins and, uncles and aunties around, they are not ready to. So it's a structural problem we have to hang around. And I don't know when we have escaped from that. When we think about, we all know that pay disparity is very much in case of women. Women gets less paid for the same work. But what's the problem there? What is the structural problem behind it? We all know. If we ask for same pay, nobody will give us. So what's the problem? Problem is women doesn't have bargaining power. Why they don't? Because they have to take care of their family. They are the caregiver of the children. They are caregiver of the elderly people. They cannot move out. They can commute over longer distances. We have done a research where we have seen that women commute longer distances than men because they have to take care of their families. So this is a structural question again. But men can easily move for a better job, for better pay, etc., which women cannot. So this is again rooted in the structural conditions of our society, that women are the only caregivers. Even Srinagesh, who has presented yesterday, that 50% of urban women, they spend more than 5 hours household work. So it is at the cost of there. And when we were doing this research on commuting, we have seen that women, they don't have time for themselves, so they prefer the commute time when they have no work. They can just gossip, they can do anything other than work. So commute time was seen as a really value time for women, because that time 2 hours they are journey by train, and they were using that time thoroughly because they don't have to do anything during that time. So it's a structural question we have to hassle with. Sexual harassment is a very important issue we don't talk about much, and it is everywhere, not only for informal workers. I would like to remind you the Ranjan Gogoi case in Supreme Court. What happened? We all know. Even the minimum rules and regulations of an investigation was ruled out. So if this happens at that level, what is happening to informal workers? So that is also an important reason why women do not continue their work even after joining the labor force. But definitely poor women cannot afford to leave. They hassle with those problems and they continue their work, because if they leave, they cannot get access to the minimum food. So when we talk about decent work, what does it mean exactly? By decent work, we actually mean the status of wage, salary, security of job and working conditions, etc. Is this the meaning of decent work for women? No. Because women's decent work will be validated by the family, which they can do without hurting the honor of the family. That is the decent work for women. So decent work for men and decent work for women is not the same. Unless and until the family agree that, okay, this, you can join this work and our family will be secured, honor will be secured. Then women are allowed to do that. So that's why when we see even the workforce participation rate was huge in rural areas. Why? Because of the agricultural labor force. That's the only work occupation where women are mostly occupied. And in urban areas, of course, informal labor force and the poor, street vendors and etc. And domestic work, of course. So decent work we have to think about when we talk about decent work of women and men. Then when we use the term that affordable public transport, which is part of the planning, but by the way, I should raise the question, what do we think about urban planning? When we use immediately we use the term urban planning, what comes to our mind? The image of a big city, metro, Hyderabad, Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, but that's not the urban India. Urban India includes enormous number of medium and small towns. And growth rate of medium and small towns are much higher in compared to the metros. So urban planning is not going to cater all these urban spaces. So what we need exactly? We need everyday governance. We need to have to think about the specific problem of a particular place where we can facilitate women's joining the workforce. That's very important. And when you use the term public transport is very, very significantly important for women. If you look into the data of ownership, vehicle ownership, it's not comparable at all between men and women. So when we think about public, somebody was talking about last minute connectivity, which is very, very significantly important. And that's why I think Rapido is the gap filler. Rapido is becoming the gap filler of this last minute connectivity, last mile connectivity. So, and it's cheaper, it's affordable. It is helping many women to cross that areas. When planners think about safety, security, they use CCTV camera. Right? We also argue that we need CCTV camera. CCTV camera helps whom? Police to find the culprit. It doesn't help women. So what is actually women's safety issue? It's really strong light, the pedestrian flow, and the street vendors. I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about women's voices, which I have interviewed. That what makes you safer on the street? They say pedestrian flow, people are walking. That's very important. If there are vendors beside the road, we feel safe. And we need a strong light, not fancy light kind of. It's a stronger light. Beautification light doesn't work for women's safety. So, when we argue for urban planning, we have to think about who are the planners, how they are trained. They are trained in a very objective way. They see the world in a very objective way. And I was reading a paper written by two famous urban planners from Yorkshire University. And you know, urban planning started from London and Paris, these English and French people. They developed the urban planning school at the very beginning, and they used to train those urban planners and send those to the colonies. So Patrick Geddes came to Kolkata, they planned for, and somebody else, they used to get employment in the colonies to do the plan. The planning language itself is a problem. It doesn't take care of the care. So urban planners are arguing, we don't need objectivity. We need to inculcate care within planning, care for others. It's not only for women, but also other people, elderly people, the children, and also the partly disabled, like the differently able people. So when we bring in care within the planning itself, then it takes care of the others. Others, their specific demand for the city, which can be decided. Some people argue that if we bring more women into the urban planning forum, probably the urban planning language and idea will change. I don't think that. Because one of my good friends told me once that in Delhi, only maid servant ride buses. Think about it. If she is in the urban planning platform, does it change for other women? So it's not that who will be in the planning board. It depends on how we make the plan, how we understand people's specific needs, and not at the scale of the city itself. we have to think about the neighborhood. The small scale, we have to scale down, because women's issues are specific to a particular space, specific to a particular city, specific to a particular class, which is very, very significantly important. And we have to address those things. So intersectionality comes in very much when we think about the women. Who are the women we are thinking about? Are that working women, middle class, or the poor women, or we are thinking about all women living in a city or a town across classes. So we have to bring in those into our discussion on planning itself. Public transport is significantly important, and what I think also that time poverty is very much which has already been talked about. So how do we negotiate with the time poverty? We really don't know, but unless and until there is a change, there is a remarkable change in the domestic structure or the family structure, nothing is going to help women in a big way. Even state cannot do much. So charity begins at home. That is very, very specific for women's life, and that we have to take care of. And I was also thinking, when public finance is part of this track too, so it's not that gender responsive budgeting only. That is very, very important. We have to. I'm very happy to hear that they have a full-fledged gender responsive budgeting department in your institute. I was very happy to hear that. But that is not enough. So what is enough? We have to look into how much a city is spending on what kind of work. Say for example, the city is spending much on building flyovers. Like 12-kilometer flyovers here in Hyderabad. No motorcycle, no auto can go. So who are using that flyover? Only car owners and car hires. So we are spending 12-kilometer stretch of a road flyover, which is high expensive. It's only for the car owners and car users. Nobody else. Where are the women? And when a city is spending more on the water infrastructure, it is definitely helping women. If the city is organizing the domestic collection and the clearance of the garbage, it is helping women. Because women hassle with the domestic water structure, water management is still handled by the women in the family. So when the city is spending, we have to look into, so therefore I try to look into the municipal budget. For quite some time, being a geographer, I was looking into the budget. I wanted to know what is being spent on what kind of activities by a city government. That I am trying to talk about everyday governance. It's not about big planning. Big planning, when you use the term planning, it's master plan, transport plan, CDP, city development plan, etc., etc. They propose a plan for 20 years, and after 10 years, everything changes. So the changing situation is, that's why planning itself is very much critiqued by some people. They're saying that rather than planning, think about auto construction, how people are changing, how small changes at the neighborhood level can change the quality of life of the people, irrespective of men and women, children, and I'm thinking I'm running out of time. Adam? Yeah? Okay, yeah, I'm finishing. I'm done. So that was, and when we think about like a policy must be rooted, policy must be flexible, policy must be diversified. Otherwise, we cannot cater all kinds of women living in a city or town. So it's and also for the villages, but villages I'm not bringing it here also. So when we think about a policy, we have to remember that one size fits all. That kind of policy is not going to help women in a big way. But when I was looking into what kind of planning, gender-sensitive planning has been done around the world, different cities of the world has done something, in some ways, like Vienna has done it, or many other cities have done it. But you might say that these belong to global north. Forget about it. Mexico City has done something like pink transport. But Mexico doesn't belong to the global north, it belongs to global south. And then I was looking into that gender action plan of Kerala cities. They have done probably 5 cities where they have done something like, increasing the number. Somebody was talking about that increasing the number of women in the metro itself gives certain kind of security to other women passengers. So Kochi Metro Railway has done that. They have employed from Kudumbisri, in collaboration with Kudumbisri project, they employed over 700 women and transgender individuals for station maintenance. So the very existence of women in the field will give security to the other women, ticketing and security and metro coaches, etc. There is also kind of, which I like, that this is the way we have to think about it. The women's presence, the pedestrian presence, and other people gives the people, make people safe. Even the street vendors, they give a lot of security to other people. So I'm not getting into the details of what urban planning can do. That there are a lot of literature. So I would like to end with this note that ILO is asking the states to remove what do we have to do? We have to remove the barriers. We don't need to bring in women into the workforce. We have to remove the barriers. Barriers are more structural. We have to look into that. Then urban planning will take care of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your wide experience. I would like to update the participants that ma'am have a wide experience of representing gender issue in different countries. Ma'am has chaired as a gender chair of Paris Sorbonne University in France, and also she was a visiting fellow at Gender Institute of Australian National University. And we are indeed very glad that today this panel have speakers from different domains. So first we started the discussion with representation from finance background, and then ma'am as a geographer highlighted the qualitative aspect, and I can say she spoke as a social geographer, highlighting the innovative concepts, I can say, where we talk about the structural formation rather than going into empirical data. Ma'am also explained the concept of decent work. What is definition of decent work as per our perception, as per our family perception, rather than defining it into books. Apart from that, as yesterday also, many speakers, they were talking about mobility issue, in which they were highlighting the importance of urban planning. But the difference is that ma'am highlighted the bottom-up approach, that urban planning should be as per the requirement of the women, not as per the general requirement of the planners. So that is a very valuable input, ma'am. And ma'am also highlighted, as yesterday also, many speakers spoke about being gender as a resource manager. So ma'am also highlighted the correlation between gender and resource management. And now I take the privilege to invite the next speaker, Ms. Riti Raj. Ms. Riti Raj is a 2018 batch officer of Telangana cadre, and she has earned her degree in law from National Law University, Delhi, and joined the service in 2018. So after the financial and geographical perspective, now we will be listening to the legal aspects of gender. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone present here. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me, Professor Srinagesh sir and respected registrar sir. So, seeing the topic here, first of all, I want to set up the context that I will be speaking about. Until now, everything was designed for one gender, to cater to them, because they owned the public spaces. Now the other gender is no longer confined to the private areas, the private spaces. They are also coming to claim the public spaces, and the time has come to change the design. It has to, the new design which will come up, it has to allow for the agency of women to be reflected, their ability to choose. So, starting with that, when we consider the topic of urban safety, the speaker before me, ma'am, very carefully explained that we need to bring care into the urban planning, into urban governance. And that makes a lot of sense because, as she said, the care is not just necessary for women, it's necessary for all the other categories of population who we want to bring into our active workforce. Otherwise, we would be restricting our workforce of only males aged 18 to 60. That does not make economic sense. If we want to have an environment where maximum population is able to contribute and be productive and work for the economy, we have to bring care into our planning. So if we consider the safety perspectives, in the urban safety, there are few important considerations. The first one would be generally about the state. Now, urban safety, how I understand it as, is that when the other gender, when women are coming out and not staying in their native spaces, but maybe staying in hostels and somewhere so that they can be focused on their work, because this is an issue that we as police are facing. Now, being DCP Kukatpalli, when I see the areas of Madhapur, Raidurgam, which is my jurisdiction, we have a lot of hostels and a lot of women from districts, from different states, they come and stay there for work. Now, there is the SCSC is there, Society for Cyberabad Security Council. As part of the outreach initiative, Cyberabad Police along with SCSC has indulged in a program called Project Safe Stay. By that, what we did was that we audited the hostels which are there, whether those hostels are safe places for the people to stay, and not just women, mind you, whether they are safe enough for men and women to stay, because we are also coming up with a lot of co-living places. So what this project does is it ensures that the stakeholders involved, the residents, the men and women, as well as the hostel owners, the building owners, everybody is on the same page with respect to what are the rules and regulations they need to follow to ensure that the accommodation is a safe place. Next comes transportation. So again, transportation, as ma'am just said before me, it occupies the maximum time for women, because to be able to balance the household chores and the work, they need to commute more. So with respect to transportation, the scheme which Telangana government has introduced, the Mahalakshmi scheme, initially when the scheme came, it basically allows for free rides on buses for women. Initially when it came, it was criticized for being an economic burden on the state. However, we realized as the scheme has spent some time being active, that it allows a lot of women and most of the women to be able to commute freely, and that is something they don't have to worry about. So they know they can go to this bus stop, catch the bus and reach their place of work. It saves a lot of time and it saves a lot of money, which the woman would otherwise have had to spend, and that is now going into the capacity building of her children or in some proper investment regarding her household. That is how the scheme is helping. And to be able to make the roads a safe space for women, the Telangana police has the SHE teams. Now what the SHE teams does is that the officers will not be in uniform, they will be in mufti, and they ensure that the crowded areas, wherever there are walkways, pathways, marketplaces, schools, colleges, anywhere where we have had reports of eve teasing or harassment or stalking, those areas would be marked as hotspots, and the officers would be on regular patrolling on those areas. And mind you, these are not the regular patrolling officers, these are specialized officers who are only focusing on these crimes, so that a targeted attempt can be made to make that area safe for women, children, elderly, for everybody. Next, another aspect which comes in after accommodation and transportation are the office spaces. For office spaces, as all of you know, we already have the POSH Act in place. However, the enforcement of the POSH Act, that is where we hit a hurdle. A lot of either the office spaces do not yet have the cells, the sexual harassment complaints committee in place, or the cell in place, or even if they have, it's not widely talked about. The awareness is not such. Women don't feel comfortable to bring it out. They keep feeling guilty that if I report, I would be overreacting. Instead, thinking that, this is something wrong, this is something that makes me uncomfortable, and it needs to be brought out. So, through the SCSC, Cyberabad has been continuously working towards increasing this awareness that this is your right, and if something makes you uncomfortable, you are well within your rights to bring that to light. And then it's the committee's responsibility to ensure that a proper inquiry is done. Then when we talk about the safety of women in their houses, now again for that, one of the initiatives of the Telangana Police Department is the Bharosa Center. Have any of you heard of the Bharosa Centers? Okay, so Bharosa Centers are basically one-stop solutions. Bharosa Center was introduced initially to focus on victims of sexual harassment, sexual assaults, so that the victims don't need to be traumatized by going to multiple places for following the legal procedures. They can come to one place where their statement can be taken, their medical can be done, and their statement in front of the court can be recorded by a VC, so that the re-traumatization of the victim does not happen. And this system has been so popular that states like Gujarat have also started adopting it. And Telangana has been able to streamline this scheme to ensure that the victims of these matters get the justice they need, because after a crime happens, we register the FIR, investigation happens, we submit charge sheet, the trial goes on in the court. That procedure may or may not give justice. The victim has to wait for the final justice, for the conviction to come. But if the very reporting of the crime is something which has made a very comfortable experience for the victim, that in itself gives her a lot of confidence. And that is what we aim for. Another aspect is the safety of women on the digital platforms. And digital platforms, I would like to remind you that today the world that we live in, half of our lives are in the physical sector, half of our lives is on the online platform. We look for validation there. We look for anything that we do, if we seem it worthy, any of our actions, if we deem it worthy, it has to be put up online so that other people can appreciate. Now, when the digital sector has impenetrated our lives so deeply, it's very important to ensure safety in that arena. So recently, this Government of India has come up with a Sahyog portal. We come across a lot of cases where women are extorted and they are threatened that if they don't do something which this person is asking, then their photos would be morphed and they would be put up online. A lot of, actually, even minor boys have been facing these issues, that their photos are morphed and they'll be put up online. And once an image or a video goes online, it's extremely difficult to take it down completely. There are very high chances that it would keep recropping again and again, no matter how many links we take down. So the Sahyog portal, which government has come up with right now, it ensures that the intermediaries, so what are intermediaries? Facebook, Meta, Instagram, all of these are intermediaries. Your Google, Bing, Chrome, all of these are intermediaries. All the stakeholders who are involved in providing you the digital infrastructure, all these intermediaries are now liable to take these objectionable elements down the moment the law enforcement authorities report to them through this platform. Now what this does is that it gives immediate justice to the victim, because the investigation can continue, we can go find the accused. Unless this content is taken down, women will not feel safe. Anybody who's been criminalized, who's been victimized like that, they will not feel safe. I've seen cases where they don't feel comfortable enough to come out of their rooms, let alone their house. They will remain in their rooms thinking that if I go out, somebody will again recognize me, my photo was uploaded, my video was uploaded. So this is where the government has come in with this platform to redress the grievances. Another initiative of Telangana government is the TS Corp. Now, TS Corp is an application where we basically use it to understand the trends of crime. During what time of the day, what time of the week, what time of the year, particular crimes are happening in which areas. So, when we analyze the sexual harassment crimes, assault crimes, teasing, stalking, we will understand the hotspots, and as the speaker before me also said, they will happen in areas where there is no sufficient lighting. where the roads are not very active, there's no commercial activity happening there. That's where they feel unsafe, and that's where most of these incidents will happen. Now, because we are able to gather the data and analyze it, we are able to target our patrolling in those areas so that effective action can be taken. Because as I'm sure all of you must have heard, government departments always cry for lack of manpower, lack of resources. We also do that. So it makes sense that whatever resources we have, we use it in a targeted manner. Now, if I talk about the participation of women in the urban decision-making process, especially in context of policing, Telangana government recently brought this that there will be 33% reservation of women in the police force. Now, why that was necessary was that we have to understand that it's not exactly about girls versus boys. It's about people together to build a better future. Both the male and female gender, they bring different things onto the table. And both the things are equally important. This recognition is extremely important to be able to build a better world. Understanding this, the Telangana government brought in this reservation so that when women come into the police force, when they are on the other side of the table, the victim, because the victims are no longer only women, a lot of women, not only men, a lot of women are coming to report the crimes. Unless there's a woman sitting on this side of the table, it's possible that the entire context of the situation might not be understood. Even though we are working on sensitizing our male workforce as much to be able to, substitute a female officer to be able to give 100% comfort and redressal to the women complainants, we need women officers to be able to deal with the issues. And this reservation has brought the women in the police stations, it has put them in the patrolling, in the public areas, during bandobasts, so that there's a higher feeling of comfort. And this is again something which the government has done for a better policing for the citizens in Telangana. Now, because we have this 33% reservation, there are concerns. When the women are employed, especially for example, the recruitment into policing will generally happen at multiple levels. Maximum recruitment happens in the constabulary. When they join, they'll be in the age group of 21, 23. After they join, after 3-4 years, there'll be marriage and later family planning. There'll be pregnancy, there'll be motherhood. Now, we really need to change our perspective and stop treating motherhood as a disability. It is not, right? And it is not something which the woman is very selfishly doing for herself. It is something for the society. Woman might be a primary caregiver, but she is not the only caregiver. The responsibility of raising our children to make them into better youth does not only fall upon the woman. So we need to provide systemic solutions to ensure that any woman going through that period, motherhood and initial child care, they receive the facilities which they need to be able to be productive and contribute. Now, whatever studies have happened till now, it has always said that when we invest in providing infrastructure like this, the returns that we get by the employee becoming more productive is far higher, and it outweighs whatever investment was initially made to provide this infrastructure. So that's the perspective that we need to change, and this is something which we have started doing in policing as well, opening creches in the police stations so that our women workforce don't need to be worried that they need to leave the police station at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, they have to go back, take care of the child, make dinner and everything. They should have the confidence that the child is being taken care of so that they can be productive at the workplace. And I'll just take this opportunity to mention a book, and I'll suggest all of you please read it. It's a book called Invisible Women by Caroline Criado Perez. Now what she does is, she uses real world examples to illustrate the gender data gap. Initially I didn't understand what it meant. The example she has given is, for example, when a medicine is tested, if it's tested on a majority of men and it is cleared and it is brought into the public, it's highly possible that when a woman is consuming that same drug, she might have different effects and the medicine will not be as useful for her. So because today we've been using a lot of data for making any decision. Now the data has to be collected from both the men and women. Another example she gave was that in one of the European countries, when the snow covers the ground, the clearing is only of the main roads, not of the pedestrian walkways. What they learned was that pedestrian walkways were mostly being used by women for their daily chores. Because that is not cleared, they fall and they have more injuries, and then they become, because they are, if a woman, all of us know, if a woman is injured in the household comes into a crisis mode. We are not able to handle the household if the woman is not functioning. So all of these things, how to understand that representation of both the genders is very important if we want both the genders to be able to be equally productive in our economy and even in terms of the world economy. So I hope I have been able to explain the importance of gender understanding, that we have to make space for the other gender because they are very much here and they are willing to contribute, and we as a society, it's a responsibility to make way for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for categorizing gender safety at 3 levels: at residential level, at workplace, and as we are talking at public places. And we sincerely worked on emphasizing the government initiative and different schemes such as SHE team, which is considered as a pioneering scheme for women's safety initiative, which was launched in 2014 to combat the harassment at public places, Bharosa, TS-POP, and the representation of female in police service. And even at national level also, this percentage now, it has gone up to close to 50%, not only 33%. So the most important thing which we have to focus upon is not only the law, but yes, as ma'am highlighted, that she did not only talk about the gender equity, but also gender empowerment, because she discussed about different age groups. So for younger age groups, if something happens, it is the most difficult task to convince that girl, the child or the lady to come forward and to express her feeling. And that is the most important issue, and I think that is the most challenging task for police officials also, to convince women at all levels. Because as we said that yesterday, even Professor Priya from NAF, she also emphasized, she showed us a video, and she was also emphasizing the same thing as you narrated at the end, that even at in houses also, the males should also participate in household work rather than the female doing all the work. So it's the structural formation, as ma'am was also discussing, that need to be changed from residence till the office, and yes, in between. And now I take the privilege to invite the next speaker. As I said that this panel is a very diverse group, so I take the advantage of inviting our next speaker, who belongs to history domain, Professor Lavanya. Ma'am is the Dean, Development and UGC Affairs at Osmania University, and ma'am have more than 3 decades of experience in teaching, research and publication. Ma'am has worked as a researcher, as a teacher, and also holding administrative. So, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Registrar Sir, dignitaries, delegates, peers, scholars and students, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, congratulations to Senior Professor Srinagesh Sir for organizing this conference on a very important topic, that is gender equity in urban India, because I've been saying many issues are there on this concept. And we have seen yesterday's inaugural program also around the significance significance of gender equity in urban India. And the panelists who spoke earlier also have been talking about various aspects of this concept. And being a professor of history, whenever we define the term history, we say that it is a study of past. Again, when we are looking at the past about what? So it is related with the study of past about human beings. So when we are again defining human beings, we say that it is the study of or the story of both men and women, and we change the definition of history by saying that it is not just his story, but it is also her story. So we start by saying that it is the story of all individuals, men, women, and other individuals. So here the question is, the three important aspects come into picture. What kind of access these individuals were having, not only in the past, but in the present, but also in the future. So here the three R's become very, very important. And those three R's, their access to rights, their access to responsibilities, and their access to resources. So these three things are going to determine their future. And when we talk about this concept of gender equality, again, whatever was said by the earlier panelists, we are looking at, again, three important concepts. One is, what is the contribution of the woman to the society? And again, we are talking about decision making. Decision making is a past concept. But now we are looking at what is the percentage of decision making of women in public policies or planning. And the third important factor is, again, impact of these reforms on women. We have to look at the impact factor. Because whenever we are looking at this concept of gender equality, we are looking at both sides of the coin. One, we are talking about equality, at the same time we are talking about inequalities. So when we raise the question of inequalities, we can talk about various other concepts. Because because I am given this topic, well-being and the urban social services, when we look at this concept, we find that there are many inequalities when it's coming to the public health, well-being or social services. Because we are seeing women coming from various, for instance, they are coming from economically weaker sections, migrant backgrounds, and also marginalized communities. So here there are diverse questions. What is the access of women to the primary health care? So we have to look at various concepts like the migration from the slums to the urban areas, where we find the concept of overcrowding. So one has to look at all these aspects where we are looking at underfunded health centers and what are the various kinds of health centers where we can have access to the women. So these are the important issues we have to look at the health, and what is the timely treatment given to the women. We are talking about so many health centers in urban centers, but the question is whether timely treatment is given to the women, and how hygienic are these health centers also. That is also again another important services. There are other aspects like what is the knowledge of women to various kinds of health risks, because the women should have awareness about various kinds of health problems, health risks, both for the mother and the child. So it begins with the individual responsibility. Again, she has to take care of herself, she has to take care of the children, then only she can actually know what is the present scenario. At the same time, there are certain things like reproductive health rights. There is again limited awareness and access to various kinds of health restrictions and policies to women, again after marriage, post-marriage, and here we are talking about a reproductive autonomy. This word is very, very important, where women should have knowledge about this kind of reproductivity and what kind of autonomy they have in this aspect. And when we are talking about the women, we start with the girls. We start with the girls, the women, and the most important concept is nutrition. Most of them faced with the problem like anemia. These are the severe issues, because I feel that even at the college level, even at the university level, frequent programs have to be conducted on what kind of nutritious products they have to take and how they can tackle this anemia problems, which is related with not just with post-marriage, pre-marriage. Like we have various stages of girls' life and the women's life where they have to face all these aspects. So constant awareness has to be created on mental health and other important aspects. And one more thing which is related with health and mental health is the stress and psychological conditions. So one has to take count of their lifestyles, urban lifestyles particularly, what kind of work pressure they are facing, domestic responsibilities, and how they can tackle anxiety and depression. These are very, very important concepts which cannot be taken for granted. So one has to look at these concepts in the sense that they can not only increase the productivity levels of women and other important contributions. And other concept is like gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is a frequent scenario which we have been witnessing, and this concept is having impact on both physical and psychological well-being, and it is also restricting the women's mobility. So whenever they want to do any kind of adventures or any kind of innovations, this is one important concept where we are seeing that they're facing a lot of violence. And safety in public transport, as ma'am was also talking about extensively about, this harassment, fear of harassment. We are saying that there is no harassment, there is harassment. All these are various questions which we have to address. And fear of harassment is reducing women access to employment and education opportunities still in present scenario, ma'am. It's not that we are talking about the 21st century, but there is a lot of fear among the women who are coming from the rural areas and settling in urban areas. They have to know about all these restrictions. And most important aspect is sanitation and hygiene concept, in the sense that in the present scenario also we are having public toilets and other toilets, and we have seen that many movies are also come on this toilet, but still there are certain things like there are no separate toilets, or there is, we can say that there is lack of gender segregated toilets, which is again another important things we have to concentrate. And whenever there are any toilets also, there is a poor lighting and security system also in that, so one has to look at this angle also. And when we are coming to the hygiene management, we are talking about their health issues, anemia, nutrition. At the same time, we have to concentrate on menstrual hygiene management. As I said, that awareness has to be taught for the school level itself, because we have to create the higher schools and then we come to the college level. And this mental health is often neglected in urban policy framework. So we have to see that this concept is included in the planning framework itself, so that everybody will be knowing about different kinds of high cost of sanitary products, and also different kinds of stigmas can be. Social stigmas are there in using different kinds of these sanitary products, and disposable facilities. One has to look at the disposable facilities, whether it's at the home or whether it's an institution. A lot of importance has to be given to all these things, and government schemes should provide a free kind of subsidiary sanitary napkins to the college level and also at the institution level, because everybody should be made to use all these things, because it is related with the menstrual hygiene management. That is again important concept. And when we look at the housing and living conditions of the urban poor women, again we see that overcrowdedness, poorly ventilated housing facilities, limited privacy, safety, these are the issues one has to address. So whenever the women are coming migrated to these places, we have to see that they are comfortably placed, they should have access to all kind of resources, and they should be given equal opportunities along with other settled women. So this is again important concepts. And for this we can say we can take up many kind like redevelopment projects, and which can be allotted to the women. And next question is clean water concept, because we have seen that in most of the urban areas, it is the women who are primarily responsible for the water collection and management in households. So we have to see that again the smaller issues where we are talking about the water supply, there should be regular water supply, and there should not be long waiting times at public taps. This is a continuous scenario we find in the most of the public taps, and there should not be any kind of physical burden. So some mechanism has to be drawn. Some mechanism should be there where people, particularly the women, will not face any kind of water shortages. And air pollution health, though this is a general concept, we are, because I'm talking from a history perspective where we are relating both men and women. So when we look at the present scenario also, one has to look at various kinds of health issues that are becoming because of air pollution, in the sense that they have to face many kind of respiratory diseases, and we are having the pregnancy complications, and there are also long-term health risks. So it is a risk, and this scenario is mainly seen in the women in low-income households. The statistics have shown that this scenario varies from women and women when we compare with the low-income households and also in the high-income households. And all this health risk also to be addressed in the sense that the policy making has to be done, and it has to be seen that all kinds of healthcare measures are taken. Apart from this, childcare and support services have to be taken at urban level, in the sense that as said that it is reducing the workforce participation, and also it is increasing more care burden on the women, and also it is increasing stress on the women. So we are seeing that women are facing different kinds of stress. It's not just family stress, but children, again employment, harassment, so many things are there in the urban population where we have to look at all these aspects. Another dimension is urban poverty and gender. This urban poverty is again affecting women due to wage inequality and limited opportunity. We always say that equal pay and equal work, but still that demarcation is there, the differentiation is there, and the women are comparatively paid less wages when compared to the men. So one has to, whenever any policy is framed, that we have to see that equal wage is given for the equal work. And then health insurance coverage. This is again another important component, since many women have lower access to health insurance and financial protection. So health insurance concept should be made very popular, because there is a lack of awareness in this regard, and most of them depend upon the male members and other things. So we have to see that there is more coverage on these aspects, and more awareness has to be created among the women, so they can directly have access to this insurance without depending on anybody. And when we are looking at the women, again we are differentiating in different categories, as we are saying the teenagers and the women. And similarly, the most important aspect is the elderly women. What kind of policies are there towards the elderly women? So most of the older women in urban areas are neglected, in the sense that due to different kinds of illness, financial insecurity, and social isolation. These are the three important problems most of the older women are facing in urban society. They feel isolated, though they are in the family or they are away from the family. Most of them are facing this kind of chronic examples. And this situation is more worse in widowed elderly women. So we have to look at these angles, and we have to see that proper care is done, and lot of access is given to them, and the pension system is regulated among all these elderly women. And again, when we look at the concept of disability, because when we are looking at the concept of disability, women with disabilities, again they are facing multiple layers of discrimination. More particularly, it is related with infrastructure, because there is inaccessible infrastructure, there is limited healthcare access, and again we are having different kinds of stigma. So in most of the institutions, even recently, the accessible audit also has insisted on having like ramps. Ramps should be made very specifically in wherever the urban institution are, and the accessible transport limits also we should be made in order to have proper mobility, with particularly when it is related with women with disabilities. And migrant women in cities are also facing a lot of exploitation. In one sense, we can say that, because they are living in a very poor living conditions, and they are not having proper documentation. We should have the statistics that how many women are migrated to the urban centers, and then what kind of facilities they are having. So here the documentation becomes very, very important when it is related to not only the health, the food security, and also their access to the public spaces. And another important point still low, in the sense that it is most reflecting the women's sensitive decision making. These two problems have to be addressed. And gender budgeting, extensively it has already our Honorable Registrar Sir spoke about the gender budgeting, which is again very much essential, and proper implementation of this budgeting should be there, and there should be monitoring mechanism to see whether effective gender budgeting is done. So here we are seeing that different kinds of implementation gaps are there in policy making, which have to be addressed in order to know the current scenario of the urban women, their conditions, and what are the challenges they are facing. And I can see few of the scholars also here who are must be doing on research on this topic. So you have to look at various aspects like what is gender and public health, infrastructure and gender. You can relate each topic with the gender so that you can provide many clues, and these clues can be your observations, whatever you're doing, whatever your research findings can be implemented in the policies. You can also do research on gender-based violence and safety, and what is the economic participation and social services. This is very again important in the sense that we are having different kinds of sectors and we should see the take it for granted, but one had to look at this aspect and one had to see what kind of the caste imbalances are there. Policy and governance, this should go together in the sense that one has to evaluate the existing gender policies in urban India, the role of local governance, that is the municipal polities, public-private partnership in service delivery, and use of gender data for different kinds of planning. And now integrate gender-sensitive design effectively. This is a very, very important question. And what are the biggest barriers to equitable healthcare access for the women? And how can cities address gender-based violence as a public health issue? Role of digital health technologies in improving gender equality is another important research component. And one has to again bridge the gaps between the sanitation and hygiene services. One has to improve safety in public transportation systems, and one has to address unpaid care work through policy intervention, and one has to include the question of transgender and non-binary individuals in urban services, and one has to strengthen implementation of existing gender policies. For this, there is a lot of collaboration is needed, collaboration between government, NGOs and the community. This may provide several solutions to the existing problems, and students and scholars can contribute much by providing many solutions through their research findings, and surveys will also play a very important role. So one can definitely bridge the gaps in policy, planning and public finance, because you can easily identify the gender sensitive issues, safety issues, and also the public transport issues, the water and sanitation issues, and other important issues. You can take examples of, you can take as case studies, you can go to a particular locality, particular municipality within the urban centers, you can take up some issue, some concept or some provide definitely the solutions. Because we have seen in many areas, we can take the latest examples, whether it's in Delhi or Hyderabad, where a lot of importance is given to the CCTV footage. And just now we have seen that a lot of law and legal aspects have also come into the picture. So in conclusion, I can say that gender equity in urban India is not just a social justice. We should not just look at the social justice, but we can have to see it as a more important human concept with lot of sensitivity and lot of importance should be given to this. And we are talking about 33%, which is not still implemented in most of the sectors. So I feel and I request that the 33% should be implemented in all sectors, and in future we should see that it is increased to 50%. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
For again highlighting the importance of health of women, because a healthy mind is a healthy body, and as we know that 50% of the female in India, they are in the reproductive age group and they are suffering because of anemia. 35% of the Indian females, they suffer because of cardiovascular diseases in India, and this percentage is always above the global level. That's the reason ma'am has highlighted the different issues pertaining to air pollution, diseases related to waste management. And when we talk about the hygiene-related issues. Generally in India, it is not considered as important as when we discuss the same issue in developed countries. This is considered as the most important, one among the most important issue. So thanks for highlighting it, ma'am. Ma'am also highlighted about the marginal section of the female, about the migrants, and also focused on the vulnerable group, we can say, because till now we were discussing about the younger female, and ma'am highlighted about the vulnerable group, that what about a female who has given her whole life for her family, what about her security in a family when she is crossing that age group? So that is also very important issue which ma'am has highlighted. So thank you, ma'am, for your insights. Now I take the privilege to invite our next speaker, and as I said that this group is very diverse, so now I take the privilege to invite another speaker who is from STEM, Dr. Sriti Gupta. She is a scientist at Training, Planning and Coordination Division at NRSC ISRO. Ma'am has recently earned a Women Geospatial National Award for her contribution in geospatial technology. She has a PhD from Forest Research Institute, and having more than 3 decades of experience in remote sensing and GIS. So welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Anil Kumar, for your kind words. And at the outset, I thank Professor Dr. Srinagesh for giving me this opportunity to be with all of you. It's really a great feeling, and as we are here together to discuss about gender equity in urban area, I would be covering some of my perspective, my thoughts. I will not go deep into the technical stuff. Can we do the presentation? Yeah. So first of all, as I see here today in this hall, yeah, each table at least one woman is there, and on a table of 4 or 5 people, so 33% women sitting here in this hall, and remaining 70 are men. So I was, say that it is great to have women here. Really, it is a good feeling to have more men here, because when more men are sensitized, I would say then only we can talk of the topic what we are calling gender equity. Yeah. So in the discussions which have happened, there was the panelists, the member, they highlighted like we're not talking about gender equality, we're talking about gender equity. So equality is where we are fair to all the genders. So what I understand that gender equality is deemed, it is deemed that everyone, every gender, irrespective of men or women, they should be given equal opportunity. But when we talk of gender equity, that means there should be fairness for the marginalized people, and automatically it becomes women who are marginalized. Now, I have this presentation, small one, which I will be navigating through women's space technology and the vision of Viksit Bharat. So, Viksit Bharat vision, building an inclusive future. So, what we talk about when we talk about Viksit Bharat, see, all gathered here, we are talking about something what we desire in future. Yeah, the development. Yeah, the safety of women and all that. So, what we desire is the technology-driven development, where digital infrastructure and space technology are acting as catalysts in ensuring so. We, I as a member of, National Remote Sensing Center, as a member of Geospatial Fraternity, we act as space technology enablers, and it is where the satellite imagery and the geospatial tools are becoming very, very important in the current scenario where there is a, transformation, the digital transformation is happening. And why we are gathered here? Because today the women are at the center. Active participation of women is required everywhere, and how, and it will happen anyway. It is a big topic to discuss, and we all are exploring new opportunities, opening pathway for women in every walk of life. Be it entrepreneurship, as it was talked about by previous panelists, be it health and hygiene, be it, getting rewarded for the work, what they do in the domestic front also. Madam has highlighted about like how schemes are there where the payment of the unpaid work, it is, some states, they have started in Assam, they have started paying for the women domestic work, what they do. Each woman in a household, they get the money automatically credited to their account, and there's several other states also. So coming from space research organization, I take pride in telling that in my entire career, I have never faced any kind of discrimination against women. So I am a witness to this gender equity, and we have celebrated women in ISRO, be it Ritu Madam, Nandini Harinath, Muthaiya Vanika, Tessie Thomas. You must have heard these names often. And my own colleague Mangal Mani, who was in Antarctica for a duration of almost more than a year. So to be in that tough terrain, being a woman, so it breaks all stereotypes that women can't do that, what men can do. And then again, for her to be there, what was the force behind was the family, and the family, of course, the men. So first of all, we should know, stereotype need to be broken. Now coming to geospatial, we have been talking like Madam Ritu, DCP Kukatpati, she talked about women's safety, being from that domain. So the core technology which are behind women's safety, I just touch upon that. It is GPS tracking. Everyone, each one of you, all women, they carry mobile, be rural or urban. So there is a tracking of location which happens through GPS. GPS is a global positioning satellite. So there is where the role of space technology becomes very pertinent. Then there is a procedure, there is a technology for emergency alerts. How many of you in this room are using Uber? Can I have hands up? Uber, all women, all men. So women, I myself use Uber, Ola, Rapido. Once I was traveling late night from the airport, and even though nothing bad happened, but we have to be careful. So what I did, I activated the security option in Uber. How many of you know that there is a security option in Uber? Not all. So there is a need to know about what technology has to offer, it is offering, and how to use. See, we in this hall are all educated women. None of us are the rural women. In case there is a rural woman and we cannot expect them to, enable the security and all that. But even, my point is that even the women in urban environment, they are not aware of the tools, the technology, and even the schemes which are available. So actually, we have started having a habit of asking more. So we should ask more, but at the same time, we should know what is served on our platter. We should start consuming it. So there is a need to have a shift in our, behavior, in our approach, and in our perspective, and that only we can ensure rather than becoming the victim, we become enabler. One woman, if they know the tool, they can become enabler to others. So I request this forum, all the women, all the men who are present, please sensitize the women at your home, women in your college, women in your workplace to use the technology so that they are more safe. Another tool like the Uber, again, when we activate the, that emergency alert, what it do? It simply map the route, and anywhere when there is a break in the route or there is a diversion in the route, that alerts SOS is sent to the server, and from where it is checked that something is wrong, then the routine route which should have been there. So that is how the safe route mapping with the help of the satellite data, the GPS technology, and on top of it the geospatial analysis, location-based analysis, when we apply on it, then the safe route mapping happens, and what happens, as some of the panelists in their address. They mentioned about, Madam Lavanya mentioned about the street lights. Ritu Madam also, she addressed about, yeah, this is a real problem. So safe route mapping, if I'm new to some area, so if I apply Google will show me the shortest route. Is not it? Google will show me the shortest route. But do we need the shortest route? No, we need the safest route for gender equity, for women, what we are talking about. So we need the safest route. So what is the safest route? Where there is a mapping of whether the light infrastructure, street lights are there, is it sufficient, right? The road condition, what are the hotspots, as Diksha Madam said, what are the hotspots of the previous history of the crimes in a particular area. But I must say, all these what we are talking, it is not one-time data collection, yeah? The data is something very, very dynamic, and what happens in the process, I myself have witnessed, we collect data, lot of data one time. How is the condition of light? Okay, data collect and my work is over, my portal is ready. But then, what are we collecting the data, whether they are being maintained on day-to-day basis? Because criminal will take advantage. You know, the people who are, notorious people, they take advantage when something goes wrong in a particular location. Are we updated? Now, when I am talking about this, what is a challenge to the, the police services also? Like they have said, they have some tools, the manpower, the resources, and the money, right? We may not have sufficient personals who are going collecting data and getting me information what is working, what is not working. And I may not have data of deputing, taking more people on board because they become liability. We have to pay them salaries, right? So in this situation, there are the technology plays very important, where the community networks via the local women groups, and there are certain safety organizations which plays a very, very important role. So let us see. So there are some of the real world application other than what we have in Telangana and other states. Definitely we have them, but then challenges are immense. So what we have to bank on, more on the crowdsourced information, where each and every individual, they start reporting the instances. The eve teasing, not everybody go to police station and complain of eve teasing. They will go, they tell their friend or they will tell their mother, right? But then if such data is crowdsourced, at some platform, so I will get the hotspot of the eve teasing, and then of course we can have the measures to overcome it. For example, there is some safety companion app like Safety Pin and Be Safe. It in a crowdsourced way, it accumulates the data of the condition of light. If light is not working, if the road is not good, if there is more instances. So these are the crowdsourced apps where the information is generated on real time, and the maps, like I don't know if Telangana government is also making the real time map, but though I understand like they are visualize on the screen wherever the instances are there. And of course, we need the smart city infrastructure. The smart city infrastructure, when I talk, it should be gender sensitive also. Yeah, so what happens with the applications, what I have just shared with you, which sits on the top of technology, both satellite technology and the geospatial tools which are there, and of course the citizen participation. So in one of the analysis, these apps, these solutions have led to 73% increased confidence among the women, 45% women reported that they have reduced anxiety because of using these apps, and 62% women, they reported faster emergency responses because of the apps which are developed on the geospatial tools. Now, future direction, what we see is the AI-powered prediction, where more of the pattern analysis need to be done on top of the data, because I understand we have huge data, but since I am not directly working on the gender-related stuff, I don't have any case study to share on that. But yes, AI-powered prediction becomes very, very important, and wearable integration, the wearable devices. Real time, because and it should reach the common woman of each village in India, because the phone, not everyone can operate so with such ease. So if there are the wearable devices where the other domains comes into picture, make in India, technology development, small wearable, like the hearing devices are there. If such devices are made available at a very, very reasonable prices to all women, then you can imagine the kind of safety they will have. And once the safety is there, more women would come to workplaces irrespective of rural or urban. So it becomes very, very important. And then more training on VR safety related things in self-defense, women should be imparted. So the future of women's safety lies in seamless integration of technology with community support, creating ecosystem where everyone can move freely without fear. Now, toward this, we need capacity building, as I understand, a big task, because you see here itself, the women who are here, they do not know how to use it. So capacity building, if I say capacity building, then again the things come into picture like institutional strengthening, technical skills, participatory planning, and many more. But to make it simple, we can by word of mouth reach out to our fellow colleagues, fellow friends, fellow women, and spread our word. And also at all these levels, the women should be made more aware that yes, if they are moving in time and space, they are tracked. If something is happening wrong, it is being captured in the location. So these are the things I would like to touch upon. And after this, policy institutional support, we have at our national remote sensing, the national geospatial initiatives, where in one of the forums last year, we have trained women sarpanch of all over India in 4 zones, like north, south, east, and west. Because what happens, as Lavanya madam said, women from rural India, they come to urban areas for work. And they are the ones who are very, very vulnerable. So why they should come? Just for livelihood, right? And if they get a good livelihood in their own village, that should be the best solution, right? Generally we give solution to mitigate our problem when it's already escalated. So we have to look at the root cause why women come to urban area, because they have the lack of livelihood. So when women start getting good livelihood in their own villages and they are made part of the participatory planning, then perhaps they may not come to urban area and face all this problem. It will solve a problem of urban area also, because that itself is a big problem to handle the crowd which is migrated from the the rural India to the urban area. So digital governance program, anyway, the e-Gram Swaraj and common service centers are opened in the villages for the women. There are rural development scheme like Manrega and Pradhan Mantri Krishi Vikas Yojana. In Manrega, it is mandatory to have 30% women enrolled in the job cards for the wages. And in one of the, many esteemed speakers are here from the history, geography and social sciences. When I started working on Manrega, we found everywhere it is being, flagged that because of Manrega, the women quality of life is improved. And I was like, oh, really? Very good. Then when we started working on the census data, the geospatial data in Prakasham district of Andhra Pradesh, what we rather found, wherever there were more works of Manrega done, we did some back engineering, the decision learning tree we applied, and we found what was the causes of more hotspot of Manrega in particular region. With connecting with the census data, we found it was because there were more women there. So now the question is whether women led to Manrega or Manrega led to women development. So it is because of women workforce that Manrega happened, and because of Manrega, the rural environment, they changed. They started flourishing, and the rate of migration also, it decreased into the cities. Thank you. With this, I will conclude my talk, and once again, thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for starting the discussion with a very positive note that yes, the male are the main contributor. We can say every time we say that behind a successful man there is a woman, but this same thing it happened in one of the international conference where one of the that she is known as the daughter of the soil daughter of India, and she also said the same thing that if wherever we are, it is because of our family contribution and contribution of our respectives in our life. So thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting the significance of technology, how the female should remain aware of the technology and different programs. As I mentioned earlier also that because they have an advantage of working on different labs. It was a very insightful discussion. And now, because of some urgency, Ritu ma'am has to leave. And before she leaves, I request Kalpana ma'am. Yeah, Kalpana ma'am to please felicitate our speaker. Ma'am, please may request you to please felicitate. And after that, we will continue the discussion. Sorry, sir. Sorry to break the... Ma'am, please. I request Srinagesh sir also to join for the felicitation. Thank you, sir. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And with this, we will continue our discussion. Now I take the privilege to invite Professor Shah Fazal, a senior professor of geography at Aligarh Muslim University. Sir has more than 3 decades of teaching and research experience. And yes, okay, I'll take only 1 minute, sir. Sir has received several prestigious fellowship and awards, including Fulbright Fellowship, Commonwealth Fellowship, DST DAG, DST Young Scientist Award. In 2025, he was also honored with the National Geospatial Faculty IIT Mumbai. And at personal level also, I am a great fan of sir because sir is an excellent speaker. So thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. To begin with, I would say that the invitation from Srinagesh sir has put me in some spot because I feel misfit into this elite gathering, elite panel who are discussing on gender issues. I am no expert on gender, so I feel that I am misfit, and that's why I thought that I should escape. And I was sitting there thinking of that if I am not called, then it would be better for me. But anyway, since I have been invited and I am here, so I would share some of my views. I would put it in a little generalized way, not specifically related with gender, but yes, the theme on which I intend to speak on, it has surely some gender dimension, and that I would touch upon a little later. But I would begin by saying that, you see, Earth is dynamic. Earth keeps on changing. Every phenomena over the Earth, it keeps on changing. And when I say it's dynamic and it's changing, these changes and transformations have its bearing on everything which is existing over the earth. It includes human being, it includes different other creatures over the earth, and also all kinds of non-living things also. So in that context, I would say that when I say that it's very dynamic, the earth is very dynamic, what kind of changes which instigate these dynamisms? To my mind, I would say that the presence of human being over the earth's surface, it is very important. And if you look into the recent history of earth, we all know that in last 100, 125 years, the population has increased significantly. The number of human beings present over the earth's surface, it has increased significantly. That's one important issue which we need to keep in mind. Any phenomena, any thing which we want to discuss, we cannot ignore this transformation which we are observing over the earth's surface. There are many reasons for that, but even then I would say that the number of persons, number of human beings over the earth's surface, that is important. It's not so simple to say that the population has increased over the earth's surface. It is more that not only the increase of population, but also the spread of population. Spread of population means those geographic spaces which had very less people living or no people were living over there also the presence of human being is now being witnessed. That also transform a lot. Now the human being, they are not idle over the earth's surface. They perform all kinds of activities. And if I can go into the geographic perspective, I would say the economic activities. That is also very important. And that also transform many of the phenomena, many of the issues over the earth's surface, and it also have its bearing on everything over the earth's surface. So the activities, the kind of activities which we perform, and the kind of resource utilization which we are extracting or utilizing over the earth's surface, they all make complication. I am trying to highlight the two issues which is very pronounced, very important over the earth's surface. One is the urbanization process, and another which we haven't touched much in this panel, that is climate change. And both of these phenomena, they impact each one of us, everyone over the earth's surface. Yes, there may be some sections which would be affected more or adversely affected, but I would say that the less resourceful people would be affected more. It is not only about the male and female, it is much more than that. So that's what the point which I wanted to make here in this August gathering. You see, I said that the number of people over the earth's surface has increased a lot, population has increased a lot. There is another very imposing trend which we are witnessing over the earth's surface, and that is about the settlements. We all know that more and more people, they are concentrating onto the urban spaces. It's not so normal. You see, when we say that population is increasing in last 125 years, the population has increased. It's a very basic statistics, but to the context of my argument, I would say that from 1.4 billion to 8.4 billion, it's not a small number, it's quite huge. And related is from 14% population living in rural areas, now we have 55% people living in urban areas. From 14% of 1.4 billion to now 55% of 8.4 billion people over the surface. That's again, it has created a great challenge. It has resulted into a lot many transformations. And these transformations, again, I would say that they are very imposing over the humanity. There is one term which all the time we discuss, that is of sustainability. The sustainability would not be possible with this kind of transformation. Because on one side, the development and progress is being achieved by human being. Whenever, if I can put in this way, that development and sustainability are the two ends of any system. So when we are achieving greater development, the sustainability will surely be compromised. So in that context, I would say that the two phenomena which I am trying to highlight, climate change and urbanization, they have great bearing over the Earth's surface, and it has impacted and it will continue to impact the human presence over the Earth's surface. So this is one important issue which we cannot ignore. And when I say that we cannot ignore, that means that we require effective policy and planning. And for that matter, I would say that urbanization process is grossly misread in our country, or I would say that the planning process in our country is greatly inadequate for urban areas. Why I am saying this, I would say that, you see, that's another interesting statistics. Again, I would like to bring into my discussion that if you look into our country, it is always being said that it is a rural country. Even now, although 2011 census, it was only little over 31% urban. Now, some estimates suggest that we have reached up to, say, 37% of population in urban area. It's not 37%. It is somewhere around 45 crores of people, which is just second to the urban population of China. All other countries which are very urbanized, they do not have that much of urban population. So in that context, again, I would say that that's why I have said that urbanization process, we haven't measured it properly, not only measured, but also we haven't planned and directed it in a proper direction so that the country could have better prosperity and improvements in various indicators, including the demographic indicators. So when I am saying that urbanization process is very pronounced, even in our country, that means that we require more emphasis and more prominence into our planning perspective. And if you look into the planning perspective, I would say that many planning have been thought about the urban areas after independence in various 5-year plans, but more consolidated planning came in the third plan onwards, where master plan came into existence. And more recently, the smart city concept came into urban planning. There have been many other planning issues after the liberalization policies in 1991. But all of them, they were unable to cope with the kind of pressure of in urban areas. The planning were unable to cope with that pressure which existed in the urban areas. One important reason for it is that it was not, urbanization process in our country was not very systematic. Usually urban areas have higher order economic activities. But in our cities, generally, there is great dichotomy of the kind of activities or the kind of population who are residing in urban areas. Not necessarily everyone have the proper opportunity and proper space for performing their economic activities. So in that context, I would say that it is more of a rural push rather than the urban pull. That is also aggravating the policies and planning. So in that context, I would say that the urban planning is inadequate. the planning related with the issues related with climate change, it is also a little inadequate. And I did one empirical study, that is what I thought of presenting here, but and I had one PPT also about for that, but I thought that it's better to put my argument in this manner. So that empirical study which I did for a small city in North India, I found that the various elements of various weather elements, which we call it as climate change, they are increasingly, what I should say, imposing on the human population of any settlement. Many researches on climate change is being done on various hotspots and bigger, larger urban areas. But many of those other areas, they are being neglected. The less important areas are neglected. Why I am saying this? Because you see, climate change is a global issue, global phenomena, but the impacts are very localized. So when we say that urban areas are observing and witnessing many changes, but the impacts of these changes are very diverse. And that's what I want to highlight very quickly. I won't take much time now, and I'll just conclude by giving you some insight into how this urbanization process, which I am saying is organic in nature, which is more due to the rural push rather than urban pull. I mean to say that urban areas should be performing higher order economic activities with greater prosperity, but there is large scale diversity and disparity within the urban area. This is my first point to put my argument about the climate change and urbanization. And another is that climate change, although being a global phenomena, its impacts are localized and they are also very varied, depending on the people who are observing this kind of changes and transformation. So what I found in my empirical research, there is definite increase in temperature. You see, we all know that there are many estimates suggest that the global temperature is rising, yes, but when you take I took 30 years of climatic data for my study, and I found that in a small urban areas, a small city, which is not known, which we cannot consider as a big large city with lot of economic activities, lot of activities, urban activities are going on. There also that global phenomena is impacting in such a way that the mean temperature in last 35 years have increased by 0.29 degrees centigrade. Now let me give you an idea that all these weather element data, they have fluctuating trend. It's not uniformly increasing, or there is not a straight line increase or decrease. They are these are fluctuating data. But overall, when you use some statistics, we find that 0.29 degrees centigrade of increase in mean temperature. But more importantly, the minimum temperature has increased by 0.89 degrees centigrade. The maximum temperature, you see, in a day there are three kinds of temperature. One is mean temperature, which is the average temperature of the day. There is minimum temperature of a day and there is maximum temperature of the day. And when we look into the climatic data, very quickly, if I can give you an idea, I'm not sure if you are familiar with how these data can be used. It is for each day of the month, for 12 months of the year, and that too should be minimum of 30 years. I use 35 years data. So when I am saying mean temperature, 0.29 degrees centigrade increase, it's quite substantial. The minimum temperature has increased by 0.89 degrees centigrade, and the maximum temperature has increased by 0.69 degrees centigrade. That means temperature is increasing. Another indicator which I used is that of precipitation. That precipitation is declining. Now, again, I would say that when we look into the climate change phenomena, these data, are not uniform. At some places it might increase or it might decrease, but general trend is that the rainfall is decreasing in North India, if I can say. Resultantly, the relative humidity is increasing. Now, again, these are something very basic, so I'm not going into the detail. I will come to the last part of my argument, and I would say that what is the impact of these changes. You see, the impact would be uniform for any of the settlement. But when I looked into some primary data and with the help of questionnaire, I tried to find out the impact of climate change. I found there are many indicators used for measuring the impact. If I can generalize it, I would say that if you believe my argument, 65% of the urban residents of the city which I investigated were vulnerable to the climate change. Now, when I say 65%, it's quite substantial. In a small city, if 65% of residents they are vulnerable to climate change, then the urban settlement is under great stress. That's the point which I want to make. Now, coming to the gender issue, you see, when we investigated, many of the panelists have also may agree with my argument that they are spending more time in a closed, confined geographic space rather than in open spaces, moving out of their residence, and even if they are working in, if they are moving out of their residence at their working spaces, they are more confined within the smaller geographic space. The impact on women is far more. I do not have the specific number, but that I can say with my experience and some of the observation which I collected in my study, that majority of the female, they are more they are more vulnerable to this climate change. So just to sum up, what I want to put before you is that you see that these two phenomena are very dominating and imposing over the surface, climate change and urbanization. And the urbanization process was supposed to bring well-being into the society. But most of the urban areas, they have unable to bring appropriate level of well-being into the society. That's my final point which I want to highlight on. And when I say that unable to bring appropriate level of well-being, there the gender issue is grossly neglected, and that is why I would say that the females are more affected due to this kind of situation. So I'll stop here. Thanks for giving me this.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us the geographical perspective. Sir started his discussion with describing the inefficiency of urban planners in India, and then gave its reason also that urbanization in India is slightly different from other countries, and it is the root and the pull. That is kind of because this will definitely increase all kinds of problems, whether it is related to rural crime or it is related to the management of resources, which other speakers have also highlighted. Sir also highlighted that there is a requirement, a need of addressing the issue of climate action, because Climate action is related to gender, as yesterday also most of the speakers were highlighted that females are the best manager of resources. So thank you so much, sir, for integrating the geographical perspective with gender. And with this, the session is coming to an end. Now I again request Professor Kalpana to facilitate our speakers. I also request Professor Srinagesh, sir, Director. The Registrar, sir, Professor Jaitley, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Gopal, come forward and request ma'am to. Felicitate Professor B. Lavanya, ma'am, Dean UJ. Request Kalpana ma'am to felicitate Dr. Suti Gupta, scientist at NRSC. Thank you, ma'am. I request Kalpana ma'am to felicitate Professor Shah Fazal. Sir. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. With this, we are ending the session here. We request all of you to join us for the tea break, and then we will continue the technical session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
groundwater recharge across the state. This is the status of groundwater depth distribution. You can see that the groundwater depth varies significantly. We have categorized the entire data into three categories: shallow level, intermediate level, and deep and very deep level. The eastern part of the state and the northern regions that fall under the shallow levels of groundwater, that is ranging from 5.4 to 8.5. The intermediate is from 12 to 14, and deep and very deep level is from 14 to 20. The intermediate level occurs in the central district, whereas deep and deep levels are concentrated in western and southern regions. The district with lower rainfall consistently shows deeper groundwater level, indicating a stress on aquifer. So, sir, the result highlights that Hyderabad, Warangal, and Nizamabad are increasingly depending on the groundwater due to rising demand and uneven surface water distribution. As I mentioned, we use the statistical tools, regression analysis, and the result also validated that. I'd like to go back to my previous slide. And sir, I said the time in 10 minutes, so I'm completing it within 10 minutes. So these results indicate that approximately 44% of the variation in groundwater depth can be explained by rainfall variability. The negative regression coefficient suggests that decreased rainfall leads to increased groundwater depth. So this is the relation basically we try to find, because what we are trying to convince to our audience is that climate action, which is resulting into water scarcity, is not only a climate problem, but it's a social problem. Although it starts because of the physiographic characteristics and climatic conditions, but we are trying to integrate it with the social dimensions. Now coming to the urbanization and groundwater stress, the result declares that declining because of the diminishing groundwater, it is also impacting the availability of surface water availability in Telangana. This has also reduced the natural recharge due to concentration of land use change. As we know that cities like Hyderabad is highly exploited, leading to declining groundwater level. Geographer always knows that if the percolation of groundwater level is high, then the surface water availability is also high. If the percolation of groundwater low, that will definitely impact the availability of surface water. So that's why the unavailability of groundwater because of the urban expansion, as my previous speaker also narrated, that it is because of the rural push. So because of that, these problems are taking place. And now, in the half part of my discussion, I will be talking on the gender dimension of water insecurity. As we already validated that there is an unavailability and unequal distribution of water availability in urban and peri-urban areas of Telangana. Water scarcity disproportionately affects women, particularly in low-income urban and peri-urban settlements. Women are primarily responsible for securing water for domestic use, including drinking, cooking, and sanitation. In condition of irregular or insufficient supply, this responsibility intensifies, recurring to multiple trips to public taps, borewell, or data point. And this impacts the time poverty livelihood constraint. Now, this time poverty reinforces cycle of economic dependency. This time spent collecting water significantly reduces the women's opportunity for education, paid employment, and rest of the factor. We again try to validate this particular aspect and try to create a model which we explained as a women water burden. It is like if we add the groundwater depth with water supply hours and tanker dependency, we can know the exact women water burden. And for that, we have taken dependent variable as hours per day spent managing water. You can see the result. This is the coefficient. We try to develop a gender model for our interpretation, which shows that groundwater depth significantly increases women's water burden, reduced municipal supply, increases domestic labor, and tanker dependence intensifies hydro.
So sir, depending on this, then we try to correlate this with the SDG goals. So these spatial insights, you can see then we categorized it into low, moderate and high income and very high. So as the availability of groundwater because of the rainfall variability, we found that the informal settlement shows highest time burden, high groundwater depletion zones overlap with tanker dependency, and affluent zone mitigate the stress through private borewells and the storage system. You can see the hours per day spent in low income categorization, in high income generated, they are spending less than 1.5 hours to collect the water. In mix, 1.25 to 2.5. In high, 2.5 to 3.5. And in informal settlement, they are spending more than 3.5 hours for collecting the water. So we try to validate this with a qualitative assessment. Also, we have taken different case studies from all across the Telangana. So 2 minutes are left, I'll finish in 2 minutes. So this case study 1 is from Hyderabad that shows the tanker dependent settlement. The tankers arrives are irregular and often occur at unpredictable hours. Mostly you can see the last point, women reported that they wake up early in the morning 3 to 4 a.m. and this is also impacting their health. So that is one case study. Another case study we have taken from slum communities in Hyderabad that shows that the women keep for long duration, sometimes even exceeding 1 to 2 hours, as we have categorized the availability depending on the tap. The third case study we took from Nagar region in the drought-prone southern districts, and we try to show the seasonal variability, the seasonal water scarcity forces women to travel longer distance to access water. Because in southern Telangana district, this is characterized by low rainfall and high groundwater depth. So we tried to read the case studies, what is the impact of that? And the last case study is the impact of Mission Kakatya. We also tried to give a positive note that what government is doing, what is the effort as our previous speakers were talking. So although there is an improved local water availability, reduces dependence on distinct sources. Women reported decreased time spent on water collection, but then also women's participation in planning and decision-making process remains limited, indicating a gap between resource access and governance inclusion. And at the end, as 1 minute is left, so I will try to highlight the importance, the relevance of our study and the social implications of this. You can see all the points which we are discussing, it is related to the SDG goals. Out of all these SDG goals, we have highlighted SDG 6, SDG 5, SDG 11 and last SDG 13 also, which is related to the gender equity, that is clean water and sanitation, gender equality, sustainable city and community and climate action. And these are the key linkages you can see. The focus on groundwater as SDG 6 talks about the, around 30 seconds I will take, last slide. So the key linkages focus on groundwater depletion, rainfall variability and water access inequalities as been discussed in clean water and sanitation by SDG, and the relevance is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water. In the same way, SDG 5 describes about the achiever of gender equality and empower all women and girls. So the message is that urbanization and climate variability is leading to groundwater decline, which is impacting the water insecurity, and the result is gender inequality. That is the linkage which we try to find. Inclusion of women in local water community and planning bodies, recognition of unpaid water related labor in policy framework, targeted interventions for vulnerable group, that is very important. And with this, the message is that the integration of gender analysis reveals that water insecurity is not merely a physical scarcity issue but also a socio-political challenge. Addressing groundwater depletion or water management without considering gender impact is not leading us towards inclusive development. Thank you very much for
just talking time. I think we should give her one bonus minute. So pause 30 seconds at the end. Thank you. So next speaker is yeah, Dr. D in there. Dr. D is Dr. K. Ashwani. He would be speaking on the balancing careers and health challenges of working women. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. You might be wondering why I am standing here in gender equity. Apart from personal relations, I would like to put forth one point which I have observed, and I would like to share that point here. Before starting, I would like to ask how many of us have Netflix subscription? Yes, it's nice. Amazon? Amazon is very important. Yes, very good. Then do we have a Zomato app on our phone? Zomato, whatever delivery apps are there. Yes? Yes or no? Yes? Yes. How many of you present here, do you have an app which is subscribed to health? Any app which gives you insights into your health? Please. Apollo Health. If it tracks your daily fitness, good to listen. Anybody else? Not to ensure daily activities you're recording, then I think I should have some feedback from the young audience. Yeah, Apple Health, Samsung Health. Do you track your steps? Yes. How many do you make? How many? Maybe 10,000? Yeah, only the younger crowd is answering. What about us? Yeah, it's there in the phone. That is what I'm saying. Do you track your health? No? That is what I want to make a point. When gender equity and all those things were discussing, and this conference was, information was given to me, I made a small Google form within my friend circle. Like yesterday, Shruti was talking, teaching is considered to be a safer option, or whatever comfortable option she was talking when she was talking about Pune University. Now within this community, because I am also a chemistry teacher, I made a survey and I have found that even my own friends, they neglected them. Now why do they neglect? Because we have additional responsibilities. Now why do we have additional responsibilities? Because you yourself have burdened yourself with those additional responsibilities. Nobody asked you to come and do a job. Sorry to say like this, but nobody asked you to come and do a job because we studied, because we have PhD degrees. We came into the main workforce. Yes? Now when we are into the main workforce, what is lacking, I would like to highlight. Now, most of them in the teaching community, most of them are married. My survey shows that most of my friends who are married and are in the age group of 40 to 50 years there, and even if a very comfortable job like teaching, which is considered to be 10 to 5, it is showing a lot of stress to the people who are teaching. Nowadays, I can understand because the new generation which is coming, they don't like few subjects. So stress is always there, and because of this stress, the health is declining. And when a woman is working, they are coming out for a job, they have a to-do list in the morning itself. Yes, I have to do this. And when they tick off everything, last thing comes is exercise and health. Why does it come at the end? Again, responsibilities. You have to cook, you have to make your children ready. If they are toddlers, then it is like yesterday Madam was showing a video. Our life is like that. And if she is a little bit teenager or something, you are in a comfortable position like my daughter. She tries to manage herself, and I'm very grateful to my family because they have supported me in my health journey also. But if it is like that, then the health is at bottomest level, and by the time you tick all your to-do list, the next day comes. So there is no scope of doing exercise or taking out time for yourself at least for 40 minutes. I'm not talking about yoga or breathing exercises. Please excuse me. I don't recommend all those. It doesn't come under exercise for me. You have to sweat it out for 40 minutes daily or at least 5 times a day. Do we do that? No. Now why we don't do? So 2 points I have observed here when I was doing this type of a small exercise. I found out that we don't have institutional policies which provide a flexible working hour, and the institution doesn't have any wellness program. Now, when I was working in a previous institute, we used to just celebrate Women's Day. Somebody used to come out and happy Women's Day. That's all. Okay, that was the thing which was there when I started. Then now I am in a Women's University. There we have a good lunch. Yes, that is what we enjoy. Then occasionally we have an eye checkup, diabetic checkup, or somewhere some gynae problems are discussed. That's all, nothing more than that. Do we have to restrict ourselves or celebrate Women's Day only in March or on March 8th? Why can't we discuss this in every seminar? Why can't we discuss this in daily life? Please don't burden the other gender. Say them you have to help her, you have to get up, you have to cook. I don't want all those things. I don't want an ideal dream to be satisfied. I just want a little bit support from my family so that I can take out 40 minutes of my day to look after my health, because that is having larger implications. When I am happy, my entire family is happy. Yes, my health is good, I am taking care of my family, I am working out happily. Whatever job stress is there, it is not impacting on my family. Whatever job stress, yes, definitely stress will be there. That stress is not impacting my family. If it is not impacting my family, then everything goes on smoothly. Like somebody said, if a mother or a sister or somebody from the family who is a primary caretaker, she falls sick, then everybody relies on Zomato and Swiggy and all. Yes, it happens in my house also. If I am sick for 4 days, then you don't feel like falling sick for the next 6 years. The situation is like that. Now everybody faces this. I am here to accept that. That's all. Now what I want all these policymakers or these discussions which are happening to see that there are wellness programs introduced into an institutional level wherein the other gender also is considered. Being in Women's University, we don't have any wellness program, and I'm happy to say that a few days before there was a Satva wellness clinic which was opened. There was a ribbon cutting for that, and I don't know what happens in that wellness center. I have to get into that and then let you know. But this is how the situation is. So my humble request to whoever is making policies and whoever wants the women gender to come into a male workforce, please have wellness programs for them. Please try to include them. Try to have flexible working hours. Yes, and do concentrate on their mental well-being also, because mental well-being also is a very important perspective. Already biologically there are many changes, and the other gender should understand that. The other gender means the other counterparts who are there, they will not understand why we are having mood swings, why they are irritable, why they are low sometimes, why they are depressed. So all those things should be considered. They should be talked on a larger platform. And whenever you are trying to include the feminine gender into the main workforce, please try to include some wellness programs, some gender sensitization should happen, some flexible work hours should be provided, and take initiatives for her emotional well-being also. Thank you so much. I thank the organizers for providing this opportunity. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Dr. For a very quick reminder about for every gender. Just I wanted to modify one of the suggestions that if you sit whole day and if you think that 14 minutes exercise will take care of you, that is not the ideal thing. The latest research says that you should get up from your seat every 30, 40 minutes, and the frequent walk, not like you are waiting for walk at the end of the day, but you can take 3-4 rounds of walk, or what we call household chores. That kind of short walk is more beneficial than walk at the end of the day or beginning of the day. Thank you for giving a very important point. Yes, the next speaker is just over this. Dr. B. Apanna. Dr. B. Apanna is the speaking on population growth and its impact on urban environment. A case study in rural municipal population. That's correct.
Good afternoon all. My name is B. Apanna, Project Associate from Western University. I am delighted to present my topic, Population Growth and its Impact on Urban Environment, a case study in Convenor District, Convenor Municipal Corporation. Of course, urbanization creates impact on employment, income levels, and infrastructure facilities, medical services, and it is ultimately causes the diseases like ultimately it adverse effects on safe drinking water and water quality and more infrastructure facilities like rapid urbanization, population growth, and climate variability have significantly intensified stress on urban environment that is resulting in groundwater depletion, surface water scarcity, giving rise to sagging towns and slums, recurring urban flares, and the degradation of water quality. Statement of the problem. Convenor district is Convenor city rapidly growing town in Haryana region, concentrating. It is facing number of in the face of escalating global population, anthropogenic pressures, and climate change impacts the diverse impacts on the urban environment. Moreover, disparities in stakeholder interests, conflicting land practices, and absence of effective government mechanisms further exacerbates the associated with planning, development, and management of urban environment. Objectives of my study to analyze the trends and patterns of population growth in KMC and to examine the environmental impacts of rapid population growth on the environment, urban environment, especially in Convenor Municipal Corporation, to propose the sustainable management strategies and policy recommendations for mitigating the adverse effects of environmental impacts of population growth in KMC. This is database and methodology. I am taking secondary data from the Director of Census and KMC Convenor District. This is I have adapted methodology from my case study. This is my study area. Convenor city is the gateway of Haryana region. The study area was between 37 degrees 15 minutes to eastern latitude to 38 degrees 6 minutes eastern latitude and 15 degrees 48 minutes to 16 degrees 48 minutes northern latitude. The total area of the municipal corporation 70 square kilometer. It has 52 election wards. The temperature varies from 16 degrees centigrade to 36 degrees centigrade. The annual rainfall of the basin, corporation 70 centimeter per annum. Growth of from two municipal corporation primarily consists of three colonies, that is A and B and C camps. It primarily provides accommodations for government officials. The town gradually extended from westward of the road Corporation. Then Kannuru Gram Panchayati merged into KMC, that is Kannur Municipal Corporation in 2022. Thus, the area increased 49.73 square kilometer. Recently, the Gram Panchayats like Molugaram and Stantonpuram Gram Panchayats were merged into Kannur Municipality. Again, the area of the city increases 70 square kilometers. These slides shows the land transfer of the KMC. The majority portion of the basin covers built-up area, that is 76% total geographical area of the corporation. The white patch covers the agriculture area, that is only 20%. The water bodies contains 4%. Even in a couple of years, the agriculture area also converted to built-up area. Why? Because the area also marked sorry, growth of population in Kannur Municipal Corporation. The first census, that is 1881, according to 1881 census, the population was 20,000, and the census of 1991, the total population of the corporation 25,376. The recent, that is 2001 census, the total population of the corporation 4,60,184. From 1901 to 1931, the KMC population, city population growth. Then 1931 onwards, it enters the second stage of development transition, which high growth of potential of population is being realized, and high actual growth of population. This slide shows the growth of population in Kannur Municipal Corporation. The total, the population growth of the municipal corporation is 79.84%. The total, the sex ratio of 1012 male per 1000 female male. The total slum population according to 2001 census 1,54,365. There are 104 slums were identified. 55 out of which 55 notified and 49 not notified. The density of population 8,636. According to Kannur Urban Development Authority Master Plan, by 2031, the projected population estimated 11 lakhs. Major environmental issues in Kannur Municipal Corporation as primarily driven by rapid urbanization, inadequate waste management, and water pollution in Tungabhadra, Hon'ble, and KC Canal. These are the Tungabhadra and Hon'ble and KC Canal are the primary water resource for KMC. Nowadays they are being polluted. Water pollution and untreated sewage. Tungabhadra River pollution. The Tungabhadra River is heavily polluted by the discharge of untreated partially treated domestic sewage, industrial waste, and poultry disposals and soil dumping. The picture captured by at the World Town and KC Canal also contaminated with the hostels, residentials, directly discharge of wastewater into KC Canal. Sewage generation, the city generates around 60 million liters per day of sewage, while the existing treatment capacity is only 2.4 million liters per day, leading to 57.5 million liters per day of untreated effluents contaminated the river.
Can you please
Air pollution and poor sanitation. Around 6,000 autos and rickshaws services to transport the public. In only KMC region, stay animals under unhygienic conditions. It is the picture captured at the new bus stand of Kannur district, Kannur city. Water scarcity and groundwater distribution. Water scarcity. Kannur frequently faces drinking water shortage, especially in summer months. Groundwater depletion also noticed. Urban challenges like encroachment and flooding. 2009 floods and 2021 heavy floods are example for the enforcement and flooding of urbanization. Choked drains, plastic waste and debris frequently blocks from water drains, leading to the water logging in various corners. The picture captured at Kottapeta town, Kottapeta colony. Current initiatives and mitigating efforts like waste to energy, door-to-door collection of wastage, garbage, green improvement. It's my suggestions. Population control in rural and urban areas, treatment and reuse of industrial waste, recycling of effluents, rainwater structure that is roof water harvesting, and eco-friendly products, use of eco-friendly bags and bodies, preservation of green areas and water bodies. There is a need to apply remote sensing and GIS drone technologies in urban planning, that is flood vulnerable mapping, urban heat island mapping, solid waste disposal mapping, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Upon sir. Presentation is good. The important is population growth is everywhere in urban area. Kurnool district urban population is more than in population. Next presenter is Dr. Vilumachari. The presentation is on in promoting the territorial concept actually. A special analysis of people. Vilumachari.
Good morning, all of you. Today my presentation topic Convener sir, Srinagesh sir, I am Dr. Pandey, yes, University. This is for my PhD right, lecture head of the department, geography, yes, University. Okay. Today presentation topic role of women promoting sustainable urban environment, especially analysis of activities. Urban is one of the main role in India and urban areas also. Urban development, urban area growing country, rapidly creating challenges related to sustainable development. The rapid urban growth creating sustainability and challenges also in urban areas. The women's that rapid growth rates, women's influence in household energy, water use, and waste management also. They participate in supporting community environmental practices also in growing the urban development. Activity is provided for the useful case due to the rapid urban exploration. Because of Tirupati and Tirumala is also unrelated to the urban growth. Okay, this is my study area. Chitrul of Andhra Pradesh. This is hills of the sales channel hills apart from the eastern Ghats also. This is the average elevation of the 150 meters in the study area. The proper climate seasonal rainfall also they will be study area. Okay, this is the population of the urban growth. According to 2011 census, 2,87,482 population there in the Maharashtra. The estimated population in 2016 4,30,000 nearly the 2026. This is literacy, highly literacy rate in the study area. Because of so many institutions there in the particular city or particular study area. creating sustainability and pressure also the creating for the urbanization. Okay, this is a framework of analysis in the study area. The GS-based spatial analysis, socio-economic household mapping, survey, and world-wise environmental indicators, and correlation of the sustainable analysis, and demographic profile. This is the analysis of framework in the study area. Okay, this is the socio-demographic profile of the women. So many parameters there: age group, educational, and employment status of the women. Okay, this is age group. So many age group there: 18, 30, 31, 45, 46, 50. This is the age group. So younger women in the 31 to 45 years, highest 42% of the age group here. And also education is high education, secondary education in the particular study. In secondary education, 46% of the study area. This is primary in low, 32% of the study. This is homemakers availability in status of women's ability, high in homemakers ability. This is the main focus. Homemakers is 40%. In salary, only 40% of the particular region, particular area. The women placed in the role that is the household environment management. That is main homemaker also high in 48% of the study. Okay, this is spatial distribution of participation. Three clusters there in the particular research, particular study area. A cluster, B cluster, and C cluster. A cluster A in high participation, B cluster in moderate participation, C in low participation in the particular area. The central awards actively assess this central groups in the particular area in the study area. This is a high literacy. Because of the have to assess this area, particular area. That is the high participation. And B is moderate participation, semi-urban areas. Some areas, urban areas in the particular areas. And the cluster C is low participation in this central awards infrastructure activity. Another one participation of environment. This is important of the environment activities. Waste segregation, community clean drives, tree plants, and the water conservation also. The participation of environmental activities in the particular area. This is high in waste segregation. Waste management, particular environmental activities. Water conservation, 47% of the particular activities of spatial concentration after the words. The collection from the sewage waste segregation. See, this is the correlation between the result of the correlation men participation and sustainability. Men participation and the sustainability. This is the correlation between the particular waste management extensive correlation 0.62. Sanitation, green power density, water conservation index, and this is all significance in the below 1. That is the 0.05% of the in this correlation between the participation and sustainability development in the particular area. Okay, so this is this key point there in the strong spatial linkage between women participation and sustainability. This is the main important of the developing the urbanization. The central wards perform better than the peripheral wards. Women drive household environmental practices. Sustainability improvement are especially clustered in the particular area. Okay, this is my conclusions and the implications of the region area. The women are basically sustainable urban development, gender-reduced planning and essentials targeted universities needs for the peripheral wards. This is the important main particular study. Giving opportunity.
Thank you. we are not chapter to the presentation of women's role in sustainable development. The activity growth city and Andhra. Next presenter is PBS DDPR, Corporate Social Responsibility and Parallel Public Department, Implication for Gender Responsive Planning. DDPR.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is PBS Devendra. I'm from Department of Political Science, Arts College. I'm a research fellow from Department of Political Science, Arts College, and more than that, a staunch advocate of gender equity. So today, I am presenting a paper on CSR as a
okay.
This is primary research or secondary research?
secondary research. So I'm going to present a paper on CSR as a parallel public finance and its implications on gender responsive urban planning in India. So before delving into the topic, I just want to give a brief scenario of urbanization in India. We all know that India is going through a rapid urbanization phase. In 1960s, we stood, urban population in India was around 18%, and today in 2025 it is around 35%, and which is projected that we are going to be around 50% by World Bank by 2050. Just like rural spaces and domestic spaces, urban spaces are not exceptional for gender inequalities, and we can say that in many ways, women face barriers and mobility, safety, and services. When I speak of mobility, I just don't want to speak about physical mobility, but also about social and economic mobility. So regarding economic mobility, we can see there is presence of sexism and discrimination even in corporates, such as there is a phrase called glass ceiling. I think everyone know what it means, right? Like women in upper stages of corporate, women in upper leadership of corporates also face sexism in decision making in corporate management. In regarding social mobility, patriarchy is still deeply rooted. The role of women in decision making, even in neo-local urban family, not urban, sorry. Neo-local families too is very limited. Coming to safety, according to NCRB data 2023, 4% of women, there is a 4% increase in the violence rate compared to 2022 to 2023. It shows that while either the reporting is increasing, or here there is a two-dimensional point. The reporting on women violence case is increasing. At the same time, violence is also increasing. So it is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Now coming to the scenario of CSR in India, CSR is like corporate social responsibility. It is not something new to India. It is existing since decades. Even before independence, companies like Tata, Birla used to give money back to the society in the form of philanthropy. It was just legally mandated through Companies Act 2013. And every company, as per the act, every company who is making certain profits, more than 500 crores of the net profits, need to give 2% to the 2% of their net profits. Need to spend 2% of the net profits on the society, on social welfare. Now, most of the CSR activities supports sectors like education, health, rural development, women empowerment, skill development, etc. Especially in today's world, with post 1991 reforms and where companies are actively participating in government decision making, the role of CSR as a parallel public finance has increased. So cutting all the slack, I just want to frame CSR as a parallel public finance. Traditionally, we know that public finance is something that governments or states spend money coming from the public in the form of taxation or non-taxation funds, fees or grants from any other government on social welfare on public. Then, like, it is a part of social contract. Now, CSR is also, while I am framing CSR as a parallel public finance instead, CSR is also working on similar social objectives, like both of them, both public finance by state and the CSR, that money spent by corporates share similar social objectives. That is like spending on social welfare, education, health, rural development, etc. At the same time, today, especially since 2010, the role of corporates in influencing government decisions have increased. For instance, in these RCUEPD recently have seen that the role of daily corporates influencing government decision not to join RCEP have shown how governments are participating, lobbying the decision making. Even municipal. Now, yeah. The other point why is an important supplementary development finance stream is that today municipal funds are diversified, though they are not well diversified. Most of the municipal bodies raise funds through municipal bonds, social bonds. They are taking grants from local bodies or philanthropists. So they are not just dependent on grants from the state government. So when when companies give their CSR funds or when they integrate decision making from the rural base, the impact on the urban planning will be different. Basically, that is the framing point of my main point. Now, coming to urban problems women commonly face, among the numerous problems that women face in urban areas, I did mention only a few: unsafe public transport in streets, inadequate sanitation facilities, poor street lighting, limited childcare infrastructure. Just like urban governance policies neglect LGBTQ community, my PPT did too. So, excuse PPT, I just want to mention a point that even LGBTQ community, which is one recognized as a third gender in 21st century, face issues. There is apprehension that urban areas are more welcoming and accepting towards the community. I think it's just an apprehension and nothing more. The community face ostracization and that is very evident in the form of homelessness or lack of employment opportunities even in urban areas. So that is also something that we need to consider. And when we integrate, CSR as part of urban planning, what is the positive role it plays? Also, it helps in funding women sanitation facilities, improving street lighting and safety, skill development and vocational training for women, support for childcare and community services. However, there are many challenges towards it. CSR projects are often fragmented because, for an instance, in Bengaluru, we know that it's an IT hub of India, and companies like Tesco, most of the MNCs have their branches in Bengaluru. There is a company called Tesco, and then there is Infosys. Both of them target same age group, and they spend lakh crores of money on 25 to 30-year-old age group for their skill development, which again focuses mainly on the entrepreneurship programs that helps their own companies. So in the form of CSR, they are actually passively investing on their company's growth, we can say. At the same time, the second point is weak coordination with municipal planning And last point is uneven distribution of CSR investments. Most of the CSR activities would are concentrated in metropolitan areas, but India is moving towards, as I've already said, India is moving towards urbanization. The role of tier 2 and tier 3 cities is going to be major. So, recognizing the role of CSR and focusing on those cities is going to give a leverage for us in our gender responsive urban planning. Coming to, there are few cases where companies invested the CSR funds on women in urban areas. So in Mumbai, Reliance Industries Limited spent developing responsible, spend money on developing last point. Gender responsive infrastructure in informal settlements like Dharavi and made it one of the safest places. Now today we can even in orange media, in orange economic social media, we can see a lot of news coming from Dharavi where they are actively, most of the models, Instagram models are coming from Dharavi, and we can see how positively securing the spaces helps in development, gender responsive development. There is this program called Well-known program from Bengaluru where it helps mothers, new mothers returning to their work. So the final policy suggestions are aligning CSR with CSR initiatives with urban local body planning, ensuring equitable spatial distribution of projects. So finally, I want to conclude that since world is moving towards complex interdependence, and especially post 1991, India is delivering in neoliberal policies, and the role of companies in government decision making is increasing very rapidly. Integrating CSR with urban local planning and Indian planning helps us to realize the goal of gender equity in urban area. Thank you.
చూడండి మీరు ఏమి ఇచ్చారో అదే అదే వచ్చింది కాకపోతే చేంజ్ అయింది అంటే మీరు చూస్తున్నారు కదా జస్ట్ చేంజ్ ఓకే నో ఇష్యూ
One comment I would like to give you only that as per the Company Act of 2013, each listed companies, public and private, both are expected to spend 2% of their annual profit for CSR activities. And already Government of India, as per Company Act of 2013, has given a list in which gender empowerment is also the fourth listed thing. So it's each company's decision to make a policy, CSR policy. For that, they constitute a committee and they decide the CSR policy. So it's your general suggestion, or it is based on, because it looked very general suggestion. So please go through Company Act of 2013, see the listed dimensions, and also refer CSR policies of few companies. Then you will get to know more about it.
Question. In your presentation, you mentioned that the water, surface water is decreasing in Nairobi, right?
And gender empowerment is part of the activities that have been given to the government. But I don't think I have said it properly. But my suggestion is that we need to integrate day planning with the
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that each company decides their own CSR policies. And that too, the committee decides. That is the committee that so it's very specific in nature.
be from institution. But so my observation is, I was thinking that this water level is decreasing. Other side was standard. How when the water level is not matter of groundwater, how the standard can come to the one. Okay, second one is one side the water level is decreasing, other side the policy makers are providing permission to higher building, almost 125 wider buildings for 120 GHS and DC matter of area. Now, how is it possible? What is the policy of the government to providing this permission and water quality?
Thank you so much, sir, for two observations. The first observation, as you mentioned correctly, that surface water is declining, and as I mentioned, that groundwater is declining, and as I mentioned, that it is because of the less percolation of, it is because of the rock structure in Hyderabad. Because of that, the groundwater level availability is low. As far as the rainfall variability also, so it is, as I mentioned in my lecture also, sir, that when the groundwater percolation is less, it also, when the rainfall is less, the groundwater percolation also becomes less. So because of unavailability, but we are talking about, sir, climate change, and we are discussing about like 30 years. When we discuss about climate change, we take that it is last year, rainfall may be good, but as you correctly, you answered your first question in the second, sir. As you said that many, if you see, Hyderabad is expanding, and even government is also giving a lot of sanctions to construct building, high-rise building. So that is a major constraint, sir. That as a geographer, as a geologist in one of the conferences, this issue was raised. It is a major concern, sir, that when government is planning for high-rise building, they should consult with geologists, because they should consider that what is the water level, and as per the water level availability only they can construct. But that is a great constraint concern in India, that the geologists, the concerned geographers, the engineers are not being consulted when they are making the policies. So thank you so much, sir.
This session, I find this session brought 2-3 points very clearly to my understanding, that climate change impact is not gender neutral. That is what, and everybody suffers because of heat or because of access to water and mobility. But the disproportionate, distribution of hardship, it is more on women or some gender. So that is, and also the health issue, like urbanization also impacts everybody, but the burden on this gender, what we call women gender, is more. So there is a need to take this account in our policy in planning, that how to reduce, how to bring equity in climate change impacts. So that is a very interesting point which researchers have brought. I find this Hyderabad is a very gender sensitive city. A lot of ideas have come, so and really I feel very educated by attending these 2 days. My understanding of gender issues have broadened because of so much of knowledge and new information, especially the bright young. Like she was saying that CSR is going to be another source of public finance. So that is a very idea that public finance, there are different sources of social finance. Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your contribution to this session. Dear friends, now it's time to break for lunch. So we have only half an hour. So by 2:10, if we be back, so that by 3:30 we have to finish. More number of papers are there. They have to be presented. So quickly move on to the dining table.
have lunch and come back. Thank you very much.
Valedictory at 3:30 or 4. 3:30 or 4. 3:45. It's 3:45. पक्का 3:45 start होगा.
Only thing is I am not yeah.
Both, they are both judging and taking. Why so much? If you have taken some, this is your first presentation. Actually, this topic was very good. Nice, but you could have, I know, your presentation was good. Your slides were very good, but your presentation could have been, slightly. No, you have to be slow. That is the art of presentation. Always try to be slow. That is the main message.
తెలుగు అడుగుతారు కాబట్టి సేమ్ అంటున్నప్పుడు మనలో
स्किल कॉन्फिडेंस जो बेचता जो देख के रखा है अदर कॉर्पोरेट में बेसिकली कुछ भी नहीं होता है कोई को सामने पूरा
उसमें ऑप्शन लिखा है गूगल फॉर्म में जो आप बेसिक कॉन्फिडेंस के वेज और नॉन वेज तो उसमें वेज ऑप्शन ज्यादा है वेज है वेज की आंसर थोड़ा बेटर
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we start our fourth technical session. So, Arun is just okay. So, without wasting much time, now we have Anuradha, head department, Osmania University, and also we have Dr. Vijay, who is here. So I request Dr. Anuradha to please proceed with the presentation. Some of them are there, one by one, so that we can present the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon the first person, Dr. M. Karunakar Rao. Is he here? Karunakar Rao. Okay, now the second will. Saurav Patnaik.
sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Saurabh Patnaik. I'm a research scholar from Geography Department. So,
Saurabh, you stick to 10 minutes as it's been.
okay. Okay, sure. So today I am presenting my paper, Cash Dependency and Digital Transition in the Economy, a case study of street vendors in the Jaleshwar town of Jaleshwar district, Odisha. So, informal economy activities are typically unregistered, small scale, irregular, and cash dominated. Around 80 to 90% of India's workforce is employed in informal economy in India. It contributes roughly 45 to 50% to the total GDP of our country. And speaking about women, women constitute around 20 to 25% of the informal workforce, while men account for about 75 to 80%. It is a report by India International Level Urbanization, World Bank, and NSSO. So, gender dimension of this cash dependency. Women's higher cash dependency risk in informal economy. Women vendors may show higher CDI values due to limited access to smartphone, banking, and digital literacy. Gender gap in payment adaptation. This CDI can reveal difference in cash versus digital use between men and women vendors, highlighting gaps in financial access. Then a tool for women empowerment. You can use my framework so that a woman vendor is then it can improve financial independence, saving behavior, and access to formal credits for women. And policy scope for gender inclusion. Help to design gender representative policies targeting digital access, training, and financial inclusion for women vendors. So, what is the necessity of this framework? See, in informal economy, as we know, case plays the major roles. So, it is very hard to trace this case because informal vendors choose cash transaction over digital transaction. Why? Because it is bargaining flexibility, then limited digital infrastructure, fear of taxation and traceability, and ease of small money transaction. So my research objective is, first objective is to measure the case digital transaction preference of vendors in the gig economy. Second one is to analyze the case dependency index pattern of the informal vendor with supply side and customer side. So three theoretical frameworks I have taken to construct this new dependency index. One is by utility theory by von Neumann and Morgenstern. Then second is multi-attribute utility theory. Third one is cluster theory by Convener and Silverstein. They are all suggesting that they are all saying that suppose our payment option are there in our daily life, our decision depends upon that outcome which will give us maximum output. So this is my study area, Jaleshwar town in Odisha. So how I derived this new formula? So till now, according to RBI also kinds of tracks case case present in economy, but in a very large scale, like the currency in circulation, in cash to GDP ratio, and case intensity. But till now, no other indicator is there which will track case in micro level. So this is the framework I have used. Me and my supervisor we have used to constitute a new index, which will help us to track the case dependency in informal economy. So U equals to W1 X1 plus W2 X2. What is W1 X1? I will briefly say. See, suppose let us imagine an informal vendor. We will ask him how you are dealing with your daily life. What are the transaction source? So two persons are transaction source. One is the supplier, one is customer. And similarly, two are the source like one is gas. Either we will pay them gas or in digital method. So n equals to 2. I have taken that. So u equals to alpha into c here, and u digital equals to beta into u. What is alpha? What is beta? And what is u? C and u is C stands for case and U stands for digital. Alpha and beta are the reliability score. Like how much if I ask an informal vendor how much you are reliable on cash from 1 to 5 according to Likert scale, he can say. And C and U is like percentage. Like suppose in whole month what is your percentage of cash transaction? He can say 70%, 30% based on that. And similarly, we constructed this formula UTS like it stands for supplier side of that vendor, and similarly UTC is for customer side of that vendor. Now, what is CDI here comes like in an area. Suppose I want to know what is the how much cash is circulating in an informal economy. So, a informal vendor's total amount divided by cash divided by total amount how much he is earning. Similarly, CDI also we calculated for supplier side and customer side. So, if you can see these two graphs, one is concave, one is convex. Concave graph will come when in an area cash transaction in informal economy is too much. Then concave graph will come, and this is the general scenario in India. Whereas convex graph means this is futuristic thing. Like suppose we will reduce the cash transaction and promote them to digital payment, then convex graph will come. So for research methodology, I took 50 samples of both local and non-local informal vendors from my area. These are the questions we have discussed and prepared. Then we used the Likert scale to measure the reliability of payment modes. This is the Likert scale, and this is the range, CPI range. We divided, see CPI range was from 0 to 1. So we divided it into 4 categories. The more one towards it will go, it means that informal vendor is completely in informal economy. It means his whole business is based on cash transaction. Less than 1, it means if it is going towards 0, then he is going slowly towards a digital transaction, and there is a chance in the future he can convert into formal or established vendor. So like this is the table we constructed from survey data. Mode of payment to supplier, like with different kinds of vendors we do. This is how I calculated their CDI from supplier side, then customer side, then their average, maximum, minimum. So as you can see, from supplier side, when it is coming from supplier side, maximum number of vendors are dealing with cash, while minimum number of vendors are dealing with digital transaction. But when it comes to customer side, it is increasing because we are now living in a 21st century where we want easy transaction. So customer side, if a customer side if we look, an informal vendor has a chance of going towards digitalization, but in supply side still it demands cash. So this is a prototype we are preparing, an application. This is the code we have written, an application, so that we can make an application so that any informal vendor can download it and they can check whether their business is going towards digitalization or still in informal economy. And in conclusion, informal markets exhibit a dual financial architecture. It means supplier network remains case intensive. Consumer behavior drives digital transaction. It depends completely on the customer whether that vendor will move towards digitalization or informal economy. Gender responsive financial inclusion, the transition towards digital elect, the need for inclusive policies, and the early stage of economic formalization, the coexistence of cash procurement and the digital retail payments indicates a traditional informal economy. This is the policy and recommendation. It means we need to include digital payments intensive for wholesalers and market suppliers so that the supply side also we can reduce. And promoting B2B UPI system, especially for informal vendors buying daily goods. Monthly municipal data tracking case for digital application, simplifying vendor registration under PM Samnidhi, designing flexible low burden formalization policy, and targeted digital inclusion for women vendors.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. M. Karunakar Rao.
Without this signature, we can go.
Karunakar Rao, you were not there. 10 minutes. Try to complete in 10 minutes.
Technical session. Technical session open.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Convener coming from the Anantapur district, Srinagesh University, Anantapur. This is my topic, impact of climate change on rainfall pattern in the drought-prone Anantapur urban area. Actually, this is the urban area. Anantapur district is very high temperature, low rainfall. The annual rainfall 550 ml per year only. So these are the very important one of the drought-prone area in the particularly in Rayalaseema region. Right. Right. These are the introductions of global challenges. Arid climate. The arid climate is limited the water resource in the Anantapur districts and the extreme weather conditions, hydrological impact and mitigation urgency. These are the very important one of the. These are the main study area Anantapur districts and in Andhra Pradesh particularly there is the last one slide is the 1 centimeter 2 kilometers as the urban area, that is the indicator of the yellow color. Right, these are the main objectives. The distance is the very important one of the Anantapur districts and the urban area 105 square kilometers of the area. To out of the analysis, the 31 models in the extreme, the 31 models in the districts and 2000 and 2010 and 2024. And the districts also, districts is the Anantapur Mandal and 2000, 2010 and 2024. The urban area same they factor to analysis and interpretation and 2000, 2010 and 2024. Yeah, these are the methodology and data collection. Complete the data collection, the net CDF, net common data format and 0 to 0, 2.5 to 0.25. The degrees of high resolution cricket data annually, that is the yearly. The focus on main rainfall pattern and district and model and urban area 2000 and 2010 and 2024. The main is the use of the RCUES and the simple statistical techniques to users. These are my results and discussions. These are the 2000 and 2000 rainfall distribution of entire Anantapur district 21 model, and the main is the low rainfall indicate of the yes, yellow color, that is the high rainfall is the eastern side of the area, that is the and Comedy Comedy area, that is the area, and the medium rainfall, the moderate rainfall, the moderate rainfall is the most important one of the points 50 to the 605, 609 millimeter. The rainfall is the millimeters, that is the mm. And remainder these are the small part of the area, the mandal, that is the Anantapur mandal. And the second one is the 2010 annual rainfall. And slight differences, but is the rainfall is the distribution of the districts southwestern part of the area high. The lower area, that is the northeastern part of the area high, and the medium of the area, that is the rainfall in the moderately and the green. addressing that is the eastern side and the south western part of the area. High recorded of the area, that is the millimeters of the rainfall, and medium of the area, the center part, and the northern part of the area, very medium. The lower, that is the lower recorded of the distribution of the mandals of the rainfall, that is the southern part of the area mandals, the Pandey, that is the Pedavadu, that area. Next one is the mandal area. The mandal, the Anantapur district, Anantapur district, one of the mandal, 31 mandals, one of the Anantapur mandal, and 2000 and 2010 and 2024. The main rainfall is down. When is that 509 to the moderate and moderate rainfall, high rainfall. These are the areas that 610 to the 691 millimeters of the area, and 2010. The two not as the similarly, that is the two different of the area, that mostly outside of places of the area, that is the northern part of the eastern part of the southern eastern part of the area, the almost of the 529 to the 609 millimeters of the rainfall, and the eastern and the western part of the area and the southwestern part of the area, high rainfall distribution of the mandal. In another model. The last one is the very low rainfall or medium rainfall and the distribution of the 2024. That is the Anantapur urban area, that is the Anantapur model, not urban. These are the area to eastern and the south, north, eastern part of the area, the low rainfall recorded, and the middle part and the northern part of the area and southern part of the area, medium rainfall of the recorded, and these are the main distribution of the urban rainfall. These are the one of the small one of the area in the slide. Right. These are the figure 5 and the figure 6 and figure 7. These are the Anantapur districts, only one of the area, that is the medium rainfall. And second is 2010, the record of the urban area, 1 square kilometers of the area only. That is the very dry area, sir. Everyone to visit our Anantapur. I am not sorry. Any season, or winter season, or rainfall season, or summer season. That is the very too hot of the district in state. That is the 2024. And medium rainfall recorded entered the urban area. The 1 square kilometers, the minimum remaining part of the area only northeastern part of the area, small portion of the area, that is the, yes. Right, sir? This is my conclusion, sir. Going to points of the diversification rainfall. 2000 pattern is very different of the rainfall in the Anantapur district, entire Anantapur districts are the diverse rainfall patterns in the northwestern part mandals, in the most important one of the area, that is the Anantapur district, and impact of agriculture. The rural area, Anantapur district is the rural area, the impact of the agriculture and shifting rainfall. Because of the Anantapur district is the western Ghats, the middle peninsular plateau. So that's why it's a very important one of the area, that is the Anantapur, the low rainfall recorded, and person of excess and rainfall increase of 2010 consider of the erosion water walking, highlighting the need for effective management strategies and balanced precipitation. The 2024 especially, and showed the kind towards more balanced rainfall distribution, indicating a shifting climate condition. These are the last one slides. Adaptive strategies needed and urban area trends. The urban area trends 2000 and 2024. The almost of the analysis of rainfall, Anantapur mandal. The urban area is the clear trend. The 1 square kilometers of the area, urban area. There is the infrastructure implication also, and sustainable development. The very important one of the sustainable development of the Anantapur urban area. And almost all of the local communities and the ecosystem sustainable development, and last one is the foundation and for future research. These are my writing of this research. Any suggestion, please?
Okay, that will be taken to the director. Now I call upon the next presenter, Niharika. Niharika, our topic is remote sensing based heart risk mapping to support climatic response Zoning and Urban Resilience Strategies in LB Nagar from 2013 to 24. So Niharika, just take 10 minutes and sum up fast all your findings. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Niharika. I'm a senior research fellow at the Department of Geography, Osmania University. I'm here to present a topic called remote sensing based heat risk mapping to support climate responsive zoning and urban resilience strategies in LB Nagar from 2013 to 2024. Yes, everyone has spoken about urbanization in detail. I'll also say the same thing. It is called as like growth of cities. 37% of growth is seen nowadays. Um, so, what exactly happens with urbanization? We see that there is a group of impervious materials. As there is a more increase of asphalt, concrete, and concrete structures, the heat is stored and absorbed and is not radiated. And because of this, we see that there is no reflection of solar radiation. And because of this, we see that temperature increases. And because of this, land surface temperature increases. And we see that there is a phenomenon called urban heat island effect prominence in nowadays. So most affecting vulnerable population is women. So we study how land surface temperatures and urban heat island affect women a lot. I have selected Elbinagar as the study area because we see that CBD, Central Business District, the growth happens towards peripheral region, and Elbinagar being a peri-urban region, we see rapid expansion of urbanization since a decade. So I have selected the time period for between 2013 to 2024, and here we analyze gender responsive climate resilience and equitable urban planning. Here you can see how heat impacts women, especially in particular. We see heat impact on health of the women, social effects of women. As women are caregivers and also do most of the household chores, they are particularly in the work of cooking and all. We see firewood use also a lot. So heat impacts them a lot. In South Asia also, violence against women increases by 4.5% with every 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature, showing social impacts of heat. Because of irrigation or because of heat, we see that violence against women increases. And then female-headed households experience 8% higher income loss due to heat stress compared to male-headed households. And also preterm births, health of the women also gets impacted. As I told, my study area is LB. My objectives are to analyze spatial temporal relationship between LULC, LST, and urban heat island to zone heat risk zones, and to provide geospatial insights for climate responsive zoning, gender inclusive urban plan objective of mine, and targeted public finance interventions to enhance urban resilience. This is a broad research paper. I have prepared LULC, that is Land Use Land Cover Map of LB Nagar, using ArcGIS tool, using isoclustering method. Then I have prepared LST, land surface temperature, using the formula. And then I have prepared urban heat island index. With this we can see how urban heat island is more prominent, is getting more prominent, and which areas are more heat prominent. Next I have prepared built-up intensity map by imposing LST over built-up areas. I have prepared this map, and then built-up heat pockets, and finally potential gender heat vulnerability map. So I have integrated LULC and LST and found out that built-up land has increased over time period of 2013 to 2024. You can see that built-up land in 2013 to 2016 it was 57.07%, whereas in 2017-2020 it is 57.33%, and in 2021-2024 you can see that it has increased to 60.26%. You can the area. In the climax, Arun Island. So the key findings are built-up land in Elbinagar has increased due to urban expansion, and because of this, land surface temperatures have increased. These are the maps of Elbinagar via three phases, 2013 to 2016. This is the LULC map and that is the LST map. You can see that very high LST zones are concentrated towards southeastern areas and also a little bit in central areas. While we move forward, you can see that red areas have increased. You can see that there is a continuum of areas, red areas, very high LST zones. And this is of 2021 and 2024 recent ones. You can see the spread of the red areas. So you can see that very high LST is 37.5 degrees Celsius. Finally, urban heat island index. I have used this formula to prepare urban heat island map. Same across three time frames. Has led to rise in urban heat island effect. This is the urban heat island effect at built-up areas. You can see that mixed open land and fallow urban land and water bodies have converted to built-up very fast during 12 years. This is the final map potential gender heat vulnerability zones in LBNAG. The red areas indicate that they are highly vulnerable, women in particular. Area, women are more affected over here. So it is very important for us to keep this zoning mapping, to see which areas are highly vulnerable and create a policy framework accordingly. This is a final conclusion and policy implementation. Monitoring and governance, inclusive planning, cool roofs and green roof infrastructure is most important, and we should control dense built-up area with ecological plans. Thank you.
Now I call upon the presenter, Rangu Manogna. Topic is changing livelihoods, the shift from subsistence living to urban labor in North Telangana.
లేదు మనం
Respected dignitaries and my fellow research scholars, good afternoon. I'm Anil, a research scholar from Osmania University, Department of Geography. Today I'm presenting my paper, Changing Livelihoods, the shift from subsistence living to urban labor in northern Telangana. This is my first paper. So this paper is based on the tribes in the northern part of Telangana. So these tribes are those who once fought for their land. The historical struggle. The historical struggle of Jal and Zameen was fought by these tribes as but today they are migrating to the urban areas. These tribes who were once efficient farmers and skillful craftsmen are now turning into the urban labor. So let's further dive deep into this research to know why they are migrating to these urban areas and turning as a urban labor. So my objectives are to evaluate the push and pull dynamics and to access how these tribal families encounter and adapt to the socio-economic challenges in the urban environment. But primary data collected using the digital snowball sampling. My sample size is 15. So Google Forms were used. These are used in the bilingual format to maximize the involvement of the tribes. The native language was used to reduce the communication barriers with these tribes as they have difficulties reading and participating in these Google Forms which might be in English. So due to them I used in bilingual language and from these forms the data visualization and spatial analysis was done from which the results were extracted. This is my study area map and this research mainly focuses on the Adilabad, Kumravi, Nasifabad and Mancherial districts of northern part of Telangana. And you can see in the map those in the greens and dark browns. So it shows the rugged plateau with significant elevational variations. So it shows the Satmala hill ranges. These are the home to the Gond, Naigapur, Kadam, Koti, Kolam and other tribes who were native to these regions. So those are my study basically. And coming to the results, I broadly classified the results into 4 divisions. And this is my first division, demographic profile of the migrant households. So in this first bar graph, the demographic profile, we can see all 6 tribal communities, Gond, Koya, Lambada, Naikpur, Pradhan and Koti are involved, and we can see the majority of my and Pradhan tribes, and we can see, we can observe that the female participation is comparatively low. So we can say that it can be interpreted as the more digital accessibility among the female tribes, showcasing the digital divide. So this was actually already spoken by Professor G.P. sir in yesterday's session. And coming to the pie chart over there, it shows the migration type, where it shows where these tribes migrated to. And in my study of 50 responses, we got 80% of these tribes migrated within the state, which is interstate migration, and these 80% migrated towards the municipalities, nearby municipalities in the cities, and few were migrated to the metropolitan city of Hyderabad, RCE, and 10% were migrated to interstate like other states, and most of them were migrated to Mumbai, as everyone know places like Dharavi, the slums and all. Yes, they were migrated to there for the informal and labor works, and next 10% was international migration. They migrated to Dubai and Malaysia. These two maps shows the age and time period of these migrants, and in this we can say 31 to 40 age group is the more,
and in that we can say roughly 1 to 10 years is the time period which they migrated, and as from these two maps we can say that in this 31 to 40 age group we can see the responsibility is usually there in the age group people, and other map time period map we can see the agricultural issues and the recent climate issues where they are having employment issues and all, etc. Some class. Oh, okay. So this is a migration map. I used spider map, and I made this migration analysis where the green points are the origin points of these migrated tribes. If you can relate to the study previous slides, you can see those elevated regions are covered under the green, which is the forest tribes, and the blue points are the migrated regions. The maps into two, one is within the state and another is the international one, just to make it clear for you to observe the differences. Yes. And we can also see the income status where the are having a sufficient income, and those who are in the informal sector are not having a sufficient income, but yet 75% of my clients are sending money to their houses, which shows the connection with those elderly parents behind the house and all, etc. So reason for the migration were major push factors were lack of employment opportunities in those tribal villages and agricultural failure, and pull factors are for better life and for children's education and for their employment opportunities. Yes, and the last point is women's safety. So actually, this is the last bit of my results. Women's safety in urban places. As per my research, the women said they are mostly safe in this place, which shows their mental being and housing facilities. Few are having a health but in formal category. Wherever they also be having some high vulnerable conditions in the war side, and they will also be having some health issues which shows many vulnerable situations for the survival. And regarding the distribution of government schemes received, majority of migrated tribes doesn't receive any of the schemes. This is pure. This is two types. Those who are in formal employment, the government employees are employed because of the tribal supplant that came up in 1980s. So due to government employment, they don't get any schemes, and those who are in informal categories, since they are not enrolled anywhere, they are not getting any of the government thing, and the rest is ration card holders and tribal scholarship holders. And these are my recommendations and it's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Call upon Pandey Venkatavasi. Her topic is integrating digital innovation for gender inclusive solid waste management.
Next to Rasi.
Done.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and my scholars. My topic is integrating digital innovation for gender inclusive solid waste management. So all topics have covered, I think all the topics have been covered under gender inclusivity. So I want to focus on solid waste management. Most of the time in homes and in institutions, women take care of daily also they know what to recycle, what to throw away, what to keep. I think women take most part in solid waste management. So here, so I want to integrate digital innovation into solid waste management because nowadays it's the era of Gen Z and people are using many applications and many online websites and pages to do their day-to-day activities also. Like we are having 10 minutes delivery apps and if you know the even for cleaning purposes, people are using urban cloud, they are booking people to clean their houses and all. So I think we can also integrate recycling, usage of unwanted things, segregating e-waste and etc. With these apps, I think the participation will be more. This is my objective that if gender inclusivity is there, like inclusion of men and also third gender persons will reduce burden on women participation and their burden in solid waste management at home levels and like this will ensure participation will be increased by reducing burden on women. This is my study area is Hyderabad because Hyderabad is already equipped with I think Hyderabad is digitally literate than any other places, so this would be a favorable place to study the inclusion of new apps and gender inclusivity in solid waste management. So I personally met people from various sectors. They include men, women, and even transgender people. So they have given their responses regarding solid waste management, who takes care of the waste management, and most of them have given that 30% males only include in solid waste management participation, and greater participation is seen among women with 61%, and only 9% have declared that they themselves do their chores. Next, I want to emphasize that recycling and using of new technology to recycle waste is very limited, and most people use only municipality services to discard their wastes. So I think this is the gap where new technology, new startups can come in and adapt to this. And new nowadays. So nowadays, what I feel is in the Gen Z era, we have also seen our neighboring country Nepal, which has taken a Gen Z revolution and they have changed their government. So I think if the millennials consider Gen Z as very not very serious people, but once they consider something as serious, they are going to take up the task and perform very well in that. So I think Gen Z participation, making use of social media. Everyone, we all use WhatsApps, we all use social media, and everything with the tag viral is going to have some level of success. So I think promotion of eco-friendly events, eco-friendly products, sustainable products, and making them as like these are the trend these days. So this would enable people to use it. Like we can encourage influencers, actors, and even big personalities on social media to promote these things so that general public who are viewers, they get inspired or they want to just follow the trend and they use it. And this may make some extent of change, and that can bring the new apps and new technology into solid waste management because it is a very we see acres and acres of land ending up in landfills, and they have important resources. Those can be used. The jobs can be generated using these startups. You know, while they also reduce burden on the government to create salaries while ensuring generation of employment, because usage of waste material will also generate economy. That economy can be directed to salaries of staff. This can enable people like
who are engaged in begging. For example, transgenders and begging is a very pressing issue these days. So in Hyderabad, transgenders are inducted into policing. So they are also showing interest to come into formal sector jobs. If we introduce such kind of acts and like legalize them and provide cyber security on these acts with government help, the people who are into begging and unorganized sector can come into this sector and legalize their incomes and have self dignity and have a reliable income on monthly basis. So this is my conclusion that including gender and all the genders equally in solid waste management can promote gender equity and reduce gender limitations. That's it.
Thank you, Jaitley. I call upon the presenter, Anuradha Saha. Yes, her topic is AJNIFM waste flood susceptibility analysis using multi-criteria decision making technique in the Coach Bihar district, West Bengal.
This one?
Yeah.
Wishing a warm good afternoon to the respected sir, madam, and all of the present here. I am Anuradha Saha from Kushbihar district, West Bengal. Presently, GIS-based flood susceptibility analysis using multi-criteria decision-making technique in the Kushbihar district, West Bengal. Flood. Geographer knows that flood are the most devastating affecting millions of people worldwide everywhere. So according to WHO, floods are the most frequent type of natural disaster and occurs when an overflow of water submerges land that is usually dry. Actually, the Kuchbihar is located in the northeastern part of the West Bengal, which is particularly vulnerable to floods due to its unique geographical and climatic location. So this presentation provides a comprehensive analysis of flood phenomena in the Kuchbihar district, focusing on its nature, causes, and contributing factor for flood susceptibility. Here's some general definition of flood susceptibility mapping, multi-criteria decision making, and analytical hierarchy process according to study. Now, I come to the major problem of the flooding for the district. Actually, the district is characterized by the major perennial rivers Tar, Tosha, Jolhaka, and its tributaries, where an intense monsoonal rainfall leads to heavy river overwhelming and the drainage system. Here the river Tista and the Tosha, the scale is showing that the water level is high for the minimum water level. In this diagram, the blue color bars are showing the affected area and the orange are showing the impact of light due to flood occurrence in Kuchbihar district since 1993 to 2020. Now, why I have chosen the technique MCDM? Because by using MCDM for flood susceptibility zonation, provide a robust and systematic approach to integrate the multiple factors, improving accuracy, reliability, transparency of the analysis. And I'm showing the location map of the study area, and this table is showing the general information of the study area. Now I come to my objective. First one is to evaluate the factor contributing to flood risk in the district. Second one is to identify map on the classroom area in the district. And the last one is to identify the effects and develop a comprehensive flood risk management plan. Now I come to my methodological project. Here this table is created to identify the flood sensitivity parameters according to experts' opinion. In this table is showing the data source of the study. Now I come to my methodological project, how the work was done. According to experts' opinion, I have chosen here 14 parameters for the thematic layer. All the thematic layers are prepared RCUES class. Here, descriptive data were presented to prepare elevation, flow, geomorphology, and localized land temperature map. The data was downloaded with 30 spatial resolution, and then the data collected by the study area. Then Landsat 8 overlay data are collected to PPR, NDVI and NDWI mapping. Subsequently, very high resolution data collected from the Indian Meteorological Department to preparing rainfall and modified linear index mapping. After the creation of all the thematic layers, I use AHP multi-criteria decision-making technique to calculate the weightage of the all parameters. The AHP was done by these 4 steps. Firstly, I created the pairwise comparison matrix using this formula, then the normalization weightage matrix, and then the consistency index and consistency ratio check. Here my consistency ratio value is 0.040, which defines that the first more appropriate. After the calculation of AHP, I found the weightage of all 14 parameters and put them into the RCUES platform, and using this formula creating the flux susceptibility zonation map. Here my final outcome, the flood susceptibility zonation map of the Coachbehar district. I have categorized the map into 5 classes, where red color is showing the very low susceptibility zone and the blue color showing the very high susceptibility zone. I found that in Coachbehar district, the moderate susceptibility zone is the largest, 36.36% of the area, where 6.42% of the area is covered extremely susceptible for flooding. Now I come to my major findings. From the weightage table, we can find that the elevation, flow, geomorphology, lithology, and rainfall, that 5 parameters are most important for flooding. Here we can see 2 maps. First one is the drainage map of the Coachbehar district, and second one is the flood susceptibility zonation map. If we compare the both maps, we can see that the extremely susceptibility zone are found in the near river area, which is also dominated the agricultural area. In the Coachbehar district is also dependent on the agricultural activities, and most the females are engaged with the activity, agricultural activity. So, in flood is hampered the female economy, and the flood susceptibility zone often face water contamination through sanitization, which affect directly on the female health, like menstrual hygiene, maternal health, etc. The study highlighted that the high monsoonal rainfall, river overflow, and the presence of low-lying areas are major contributing factors to flood for the municipal flood event. Now, how to control, develop the infrastructure like creating dams, afforestation, soil conservation and deforestation, sustainable agriculture like rainwater harvesting, then the wetland management, because wetland plays a role like a natural sponge that absorb the excess water and control flooding. Now, in India has several flood risk management plan policies and framework are implemented to address and mitigate the flood risk. Some notable flood risk management plans are National Disaster Management Authority, Central Water Commission, Flood Management Program, National Water Policy, etc. Now I come to my conclusions. The region has been multiple large floods as a result of high monsoon rainfall, river overflow, and low-lying areas. Floods are occurred frequently in the floodplain areas surrounding the major rivers. It is anticipated that by using the AHP model to highlight flooded and flood-prone areas, numerous elements will assist in determining the government policies and improving the flood situation. Has some method in the future use and okay, that's it. Some pictures which I see when I visit the place.
Thank you, Arun. Now we call upon the next presenter, Swami Vivek Maheshwaran. Now his topic is Care as Climate Infrastructure, a Gender Reassessment of Urban Resilience, Hyderabad. Just take 10 minutes and sum fast.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My title is Care as Climate Infrastructure and how is care being affected by climate change. If you all know, climate change is being effectively I got it. Care as climate infrastructure, gender reassessment of urban resilience. I have taken, with the help of Google Forms, I have taken around 130 samples in Hyderabad. I have circulated it through WhatsApp and social media accounts through my friends and family, and then I have analyzed the analysis. The background is, as climate change being one of the important factors in Hyderabad, like how it is affecting the household and how it is affecting the work a woman does in their house. Like most of our climate resilience frameworks have been emphasized on drainage systems, cooling technologies, and smart surveillance mechanisms. In cities like Hyderabad, everyday survival, heat waves, water scarcity, and excessive rainfall have been sustained not only through formal infrastructure alone, but through unpaid systems of care. Care work, particularly gender-specific household level and community-based caregiving has been critical and yet underrecognized in climate infrastructure. My objectives are how climate-related stress affects household caregiving responsibilities and how gender-specific distribution of care work during the periods of environmental stress and caregiving practices contribute to household level resilience in urban cities. And finally, what are potential policy solutions, if any, for strengthening the climate resilience in urban settings? Like I have told, I have taken an online survey. It is around 130 respondents, and among them 53% are males and 46% are females. And in terms of age distribution of there, around 50% are from 26 to 40 and rest of 18 to 20. This says that the what is this called? Respondents are from young age, and I could have captured the any population view upon this climate resilience in household cities. And this is the house charting. House chart. Like around independent houses are 33%, 30%, and from apartment the respondents from rural apartment are around 29%, and from rental rooms or hostels, because I couldn't go to each and every house, and I have included hostels also in this local rooms itself. And coming to respondents, resident area, most of them, okay, I have discussed this. And upon individual them, there are different questions asked to them, and one of the main important question is this: during extreme heat, what are the problems that your household face? And many of them have reported, around 67% have reported that health issues and like fatigue, dehydration, and illness impact their households very much. And next, coming to that, during extreme heat, water shortage is an next important or next high factor. And after that, electricity bills are also increased during extreme heat, and disruption is a common feature where only 43%, like 33% are usually. The findings of the survey indicated that climate-related stress, particularly extreme heat, is widely experienced in urban residents in Hyderabad. These findings highlight urban households are increasingly vulnerable to climate-related stress. Most frequently, health issues are discussed, and this even disrupts the mobility and infrastructure challenges faced by urban neighborhoods. And another question is, has climate variability increased your household expenses? And surprisingly, 74% of them have reported yes, and almost 20% have reported not sure.
Now, Sura.
One of the key findings of the survey is that during periods of climatic stress, female members of the household are more likely to primary responsibility of caregiving practices. This includes caring for children, elderly, or family members or sick members, etc. The large majority of respondents reported that the amount of household work increases slightly or significantly during climate-related disruptions. Thus, such activities require additional time and effort from household members, and thereby increases the overall thing. And the other important question is, how much vulnerable are you during any environmental stress? And most of them reported that they around 60% have reported that yes, they are vulnerable to some kinds of vulnerability like I have mentioned before. And again, this question is important because how many extra hours does your household spend in care work? They reported that around 67% have reported that around 1 to 3 hours are more kept in household work during the climate stress. We have to note this point because the invisible work is becoming more even in climate stress, and this should be tackled through proper policy recommendations. And another thing is during climate stress, like what you have do you spend more. And the most thing that the respondents have selected is that caring for sick family members. Around 46% have chosen that. And during heat and any distress, fetching or managing water was another thing which is more mostly done. And managing electricity and power issues are also one of the key aspects of vulnerability. And the increased burden household responsibilities during climate stress also appears to influence the time between paid work and unpaid. And during climate stress, does anyone in your household reduce office or school work to manage their responsibilities? And mostly say women would reduce their work in order to manage their household during climate stress. And only half of them, like around 50% was mentioned, not only 50% have mentioned that to skip their work. And the survey also examines how calculating households. Many respondents indicated that neighbors and community members sometimes assist each other during extreme weather events. But a significant respondents have also mentioned that they don't receive any kind of government support. Like this is the question I have asked, and only 39% have mentioned that partially they would receive the government support during extreme weather events. This should be also be noted. Yeah, okay. Like these are the things they need to have, like related to water supplies and cooling centers or health support services and financial assistance. Respondents have wanted this, and unpaid household care work should be considered in climate planning, and many of them have agreed and strongly agreed with 25%. These are my recommendations. Thank you.
Well, it gives immense pleasure for me to stand before you to read out the main points of this particular decision being as a rapporteur. In this particular session, there are 7 paper presenters have presented their wonderful presentations on appropriate themes according to the core theme of this academic program, etc. Firstly, Mr. Saurav Patnaik, he has presented his paper on cash dependency and digital transition in GIG economy, case study of Odisha. So he has nicely delivered his presentation part on the cash dependency index CAD in a very meaningful manner, and in his presentation part, the theoretical framework was impressive, and as well as the formula, the way he has developed, was so informative formulas and methodology, and as well as objective methodology, the way he made use of the research tools, those are very appropriate. And the secondly, Dr. Karunakar Rao has presented his presentation part on the impact of climate change on rainfall patterns. I mean, with a special study area of Anantapur. So he has delivered his presentation on according to the current scenario where the drought areas are there, and as well as the annual rainfall, the scenario in a nice way. So he developed the objectives and methodology in a appropriate manner, and the way he presented the rainfall maps and as well as the annual rainfall maps in between 2000, 2010, 2024 are quite impressive, and so very nicely he has concluded his presentation by giving the appropriate suggestions and as well as the conclusion part. So thirdly, Niharika has presented her presentation on remote sensing based heat risk mapping regarding on LB Nagar. So in her presentation part, on the whole, it was the very impressive the way she has developed the slides and as well as incorporated the maps. I mean, the whole presentation was the objectives she framed and the relevant research framework was quite appreciated. And in her presentation, what we found that in between 2021 to 2024, the strong urban heat, the maps, and as well as the heat map of LB Nagar area, the concerned maps are quite informative, and
the whole presentation went on well, and so she has presented separately the policy and so fourthly, Ranga Manoku. So he has presented the presentation urban in northern Telangana. So this presentation also, very nicely sample size of 50 and demographical features, the local community. The way she presented very particularly keeping in view the Gond and as well as the Koya community people. So, with the support of the migration maps, or quite informative. And fifth presenter is Rasi, and her presentation was on integrated digital innovation for gender. With special reference to Hyderabad city, and even she also presented in a very nice way with the support of the maps and as well as the very analytical way of the work, and as well as she has in detailed manner incorporated the slides on the gender and as well as the modes of waste disposal, and finally she made her presentation with the support of the recommendations and as well as the nice way of the conclusion. And Narada Saha also presented as sixth presenter, and so in her presentation also, what we found that a detailed way of in a detailed manner how the West Bengal, the scenario of the floods and as well as the concerned consequences are there. She has developed a very nice way of the objectives, methodology and flow chart, and analytical hierarchy maps, and she has also mentioned in her presentation the measures also how to come out from these the disastrous things. So she has also written a very nice appropriate findings also. As the final presenter of this session, Swami Vivek. So he has presented his presentation well with a sample size of 150. Based on the Google form, he has developed his research paper, and so his presentation is on climate infrastructure. Like, so he has emphasized on the gender assessment and as well as the nice way of the objectives, demographic features he has written, and nicely analyzed also in his presentation part. So altogether, all these the scholars made a good attempt and brought it to light so many hidden issues and as well as the practice, and it is a true operational practice. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
5 minutes for tea break. Okay? Yeah. 5 to 10 minutes.
చెప్పండి సార్.
When they have chosen as a research as a subjective
ये कैसे ले सकते हैं?
whenever you take objective, if it's based on a policy, you must mention it.
that will give standard generally
suppose based on qualitative. So, of course, in education aspect, I can say I can be transparent because it's qualitative based most of the like in interviews and what my observation was that I may put it, but there will be a question that how can we believe that your data is
so the normal deviation and study and within the others
uh, facilitate our chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Srinagesh, sir, to facilitate Professor M. Vijulata, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request, sir, to facilitate Professor B. Lavanya, ma'am. I request, sir, to further felicitate Vijay Bhalla, ma'am. Vijay Bhalla, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And thank you all the distinguished guests. Now I request Professor Srinagesh, sir, Director RCUES, and the convener of the conference to give a brief review about the conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. Respected Registrar, sir, Professor G. Naresh Reddy Garu, respected Senior Professor M. Vijulata, Principal, University College of Science, Osmania University, respected Professor B. Lavanya, Dean Development, UGC Affairs, Osmania University, respected Jaya Balla, Madam, Arun, Jaitley, National Institute of Financial Management, Professor Shirisha, Madam, Senior Professor Kalpana Markanda, Madam, Senior Professor Hema Malini, Madam, Professor Lakshmaya, sir, and Dr. Surinder, Shah Fazal, sir, Raghav Swami, sir, and all the participants who are here. I welcome you all to this valedictory program. As you have witnessed since yesterday about how the program has been conducted, sir, I would like to mention here that since yesterday there have been 62 papers have been delivered here, mainly 38 papers through offline and the rest are online, and the 12 papers have been, I would say that 12 lectures, plenary and panel discussion were held here, and it was a focus group discussions and focus group deliberations have been done on the topic of gender equity in urban India, bridging gap through policy planning and public finance. And you yourself have highlighted about the inclusive finance and gendered finance system in the morning itself, and how it is biased towards one side, where the women side it is more neglected than the advantage that the men have. And the other speakers who have also spoke regarding the law and also regarding the historical aspects of how Lavanya Madam has delivered regarding the how historically the one gender has the advantage and the other has been at disadvantage position. So we have actually brought the 6 tracks into this 2-day conference, and all the 6 tracks have been actually papers have been presented here, and the plenary session also was conducted based on these 6 tracks, identifying each individual, and each individual speaker has delivered extremely given information regarding each track, what they have, the work they have done, and the gaps which they have identified. So I really thank the Osmania University and especially our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving us the support and strength and encouraging us by himself attending and actually overseeing the arrangements and how the sessions are going on and how the lectures are going on. Yesterday itself evening also he has inquired and how the sessions are going on. So that is his interest that towards the events, and also towards the institution that he has, he has interest in, and also seeing that the whichever department or the organization that is conducting the conferences or seminars, he himself is monitoring, which itself is a kind of a encouragement that we are getting from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. And as far as you are concerned, sir, you are there in the morning as a speaker, and also now you have come for the valedictory, which itself is a testimony of your support and encouragement for our programs. So I thank the guest of honors, Professor Vijulata Madam, who inspired, just now she had a lunch, so I have made her to rush to the program. Sorry Madam, because I am again here a gender bias where we are not even allowing you to have your lunch, which is at an odd time. I am extremely sorry for that, but I am thankful to you, Madam, that you have accepted our invitation and you are gracing the occasion, Madam, and also thank the Lavanya Madam, who is more of a close friend to me, and we always discuss academically more of things, how to conduct the things, and also thank Sirisha Madam, the IQAC Director of the Osmania University, who is actually spearheading the development growth of the Osmania University, and seeing that every point and every aspect has to be get into the NIRF rankings, and because of her efforts in the last year, we have jumped 17 points in the ranking system, and she deserves a lot of applause. So I thank the university administration as such, and all the delegates who are here for this particular conference on gender equity in urban India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a brief review of the conference. Now I take the privilege to request Jaitley ma'am to say a few words about the conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar. I remember the day when we met, I and Dr. Pandey met Dr. Vijaya from this university in Delhi. We were attending one training program, training for trainers in gender budgeting, and this training was organized by WCD. So there we had a discussion of having the conference where we are standing today. So she was the person who introduced us to Director Sir Shri Nagesh. So, and there we started what to bring in the conference, what were the tracks, what title we could keep, and how we can engage as many as students as possible for the paper presentations. So we discussed many topics like women economic participation, women safety, health, then climate impact on women, then impact of digitization on women's life, and many more. At the end, we end up with this title, Gender Equity in Urban India, Bridging Gaps Through Policy Planning and Public Finance, and with all those tracks on which the different students have presented the paper. I was amazed every time whenever we had an online discussion with the Director Sir, I, Dr. Pandey, and we three discussed all dates plus minus of the conference. The main agenda, main goal was to make it a successful program. So today I am standing here in the valedictory program of this successful conference. I'm really happy, and I would like to congratulate first to all the presenters. You have really done a good job. I was talking to Dr. Pandey while one of the presenters was presenting. I find the intellectual capability of the students are really very different and very good, very high. And the type of work they have done is really remarkable. So I congratulate you all for this wonderful work. I would like to congratulate Director Shri Srinagesh. This was his efforts. We only planned, we only discussed through online mode, but otherwise all efforts were put by him and his team. So, round of applause for him for this successful conference. This is, I feel, sir, full credit goes to you. This is the wonderful job which you have done.
So this was our first collaboration together, and I feel that we can have more collaborations in future with some national conferences, some international conferences, or we can work in some research projects. We can work on some different schemes on gender, and definitely we can put up some good policies in front of Government of India so that we can empower our ladies more and we can make them feel more comfortable, more happy, and they can be more empowered economically and otherwise also. So thank you very much. Thank you for bringing us here. AJNIFM is here with Osmania University, and this is, I think, a history we may make it with the university we are working, a big university and big people around here. So thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much for this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for declaring the conference successful and also for emphasizing that this valedictory is not an end, but it is the beginning of new opportunities. So thank you so much, ma'am, on behalf of RCUES. Now I take the opportunity to request Professor B. Lavanya, ma'am, to share her valuable insights with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear delegates and one and all, a very good evening. Once again, congratulations to Professor Srinagesh sir for successfully conducting and completing this national conference on a very important topic, gender equity in urban India. Because as a professor of history, I believe in the famous dialogue of E.H. Carr, which says that history is an unending process between the past and the present, which leads us to the future. So whatever the deliberations that have been taken in these 2 days, I think they will provide a good platform to take further decisions and policies. As I was telling in the morning also, every individual, whether it's a man or a human, because when we are talking about the gender equity, it refers to every gender. So all these individuals should believe in 3 R's. As I said, that they should have access to rights, responsibilities and resources. These 3 are very, very important, and we should see that every woman participates in the decision-making policies, because we are trying to bridge the gaps. So in order to bridge the gaps, we should see that every woman is involved in all the policies, and we should concentrate on several aspects. In the morning also, most of the panelists have discussed about the hygiene concept, the sanitation. We are talking about the health issues, health risk, where we are dividing the categories of the women into like teenagers, the elder women, and also the general women who are facing different kinds of issues in urban society. So we are referring to the different groups in the society. When we are talking about the urban India, there are again different categories. One, we are talking about the settled communities who are already there in urban societies, and we are also talking about the migrant workers, and we are also talking about the marginalized sections. So each and every aspect should be taken into consideration, and justice has to be done to all these categories. So to conclude, I can say that I don't want to take much time. I can say that one should have a very coordinated approach. Whenever we are framing anything, this approach is very, very important in the sense that it should have strong policies. When we take decision, it should be implemented. Then the most important is, sir was also talking, Registrar sir in the morning, because in Bharat. So it should be like inclusive approach should be there, inclusive planning should be there, where there is a safe environment where every woman is involved. Ultimately, I can say that there can be no urban development without gender justice. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a very pleasant experience to listen to you in the morning also, and now also when you emphasized about 3R, that you have added one more aspect, and thank you for highlighting the multidisciplinary approach of gender equity and the significance of justice towards attaining the inclusive development of gender equity. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I take the privilege to invite Professor Vijulata ma'am to please share her insights with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Dignitaries on the dais, Professor G. Naresh Reddy Garu, Hon'ble Registrar of Osmania University, JMM, and Convener, Senior Professor Srinagesh Garu, and Lavanya Ma'am, Lead Development UGC Affairs, Sirisha Ma'am, and other dignitaries who are of the dais. Good evening to you all. I am basically from science background, and we generally talk about gender equity when it comes to research funding. So that is what we look for, because we are all, as teachers, we also do research. So whenever we go for funding, we see it is like 70:30, 70 for men and 30 for women. That is what is the gender inequality which we see in research funding. But nowadays, when it was in 94 or before that, it was like 7:3 ratio. But now it is come 50-50. So we can say there is gender equity seen in research also when we talk about science. But overall, when we talk about the societal equity and the gaps which we have to bridge, it should start from family, from the household. It should start the equity at that level. Financially, stability is more towards men rather than women, because we are more dependent on our spouse compared to what we are. So that financial stability and integrity should be taken into consideration whenever we are talking about gender equity also. Not only that, we know that when it comes to taking care of the family, it is the women who come forward. But we as women should also train our younger generation, that is our sons, to take equal responsibility. So that gap, if we can fill, then this platform, what we are talking about as gender equity and financial stability and gaps, what we are trying to fill, that will be sustained. And now coming to what we call as the actions taken or the call for actions, what we have to take together under gender issues is everything related to budget. So when we talk about budget, the equity of gender has to be taken into consideration. Under this collaborative nature, if we can proceed further, then I think urban India will thrive when women lead. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, belonging from social science background, whenever I see PhD funding nowadays, I always feel that why I'm not into science, because they are increasing the percentage of funding, especially for female scientists. So thanks for highlighting that, and thanks for highlighting the core aspect that the implementation of gender equity, the strata of gender equity is the family. So thank you so much, ma'am. We are indeed grateful to the chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy sir, for, I can say, investing his time, and that itself is an encouragement for RCUES. So on behalf of RCUES, sir, I request you to please say a few words about the conference. Thank you, sir.
Senior Professor B. Srinagesh, Senior Professor Vijilata Madam, Professor Lavanya, Professor Jaya Madam, Professor Sirisha, Professor Lakshmiya Sir, Professor Anuradha Head, Dr. Akhtar Ali Sir, and all other learned colleagues who are sitting here. Now, from the last 2 days, you are discussing especially gender equality. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor is already practicing. Most of the women teachers are there in administration. Now this is best example. Here 3 are there. One professor is Principal Science College, another professor is UGC Dean, another professor is Director IQC like. Now, in my opinion, actions are much more important than words. There are so many words we are speaking. Not only that, the government is also promising and they are also allocating the funds in different forms. Part A, Part B, Part C like. Part A allocations 100% meant for women. Part B is some 30 to 90%. Part C up to 30% like. But if you see the statistics, less than 1% they are allocating for the gender budgeting when you compare with the GDP. See, speeches are more, and not only that, they are also taking the advantage in the form of different announcements. But practice, when you compare, when you see the street, but it is not that encouraging. So that is very, very important. That in the point of view of a central, state or municipal administration, institutions like this, and we must also try to begin from the family itself. That is very, very important, and we have to change. Nobody is going to force us to change. Change must be inevitable, and change, now this is the order of the day, and we have to treat equally, equal opportunities in all respects. It may be any position, any job, or maybe a business like. So somebody discourages in the family or in the friend circle or in the society, now as a woman it is not possible to do this thing or that thing like. But please stop this. Don't say that. These are all the words which are discourages, demotivates. Now not only that, from this childhood also the kids which they are listening the words from the family members. Because, so as a girl, don't go to shop, don't go to this place, that place like. No. There the girls are into, they are protecting the borders now. They are there in the military operations. But certain family members, they won't allow the girl child to go to a kirana shop. Not only father, even mother. Mothers also not allowing the girl children to go somewhere. They differentiate. But first the parents must change. You must encourage as per their interest. That is very, very important. So, for example, I maybe fail to become a doctor. Don't force your kids to enter into a MBBS like. Don't do that. Whatever they like, they will choose their profession. That is very, very important. So, I am not going to speak in detail into the topic. This is the closing ceremony. But only one thing I can do. So I appreciate the efforts of the director, RCUES. He is doing an excellent work. So many number of series of programs is organizing. So that is the need. That is very, very important. Now RCUES is vibrant today. Most of the people, they don't know about the RCUES. Now every teacher is witnessing and every stakeholder is knowing. So why this RCUES is meant for? Yes, this is meant for organizing different programs. Not only that, develop the skill set of the stakeholders. Now Srinagesh is doing an excellent work training so many number of students here. So is training NCC, NSS students, volunteers, not only the government employees, state government employees, central government employees. So that is the order of the day today. Even Chief Minister is and Prime Minister is also initiating. We must inject the skill set to the stakeholders, especially young generation. Now, theory is different. Now, even as a parents, we are much more focusing on the mark sheet of the children. Mark sheet is not required now. Most of the children, they are getting 10 out of 10 in 10th class. Intermediate 10 out of 10. What they will do? But thing is, the skill set is important. If they know certain skill, they will survive on their own. It is very difficult to create these many lakhs of jobs to this country like India because the young population is much more. So as a professor also, we have to tell the students in the classroom, now instead of taking job, they must go for their own business. That is very, very important today. So every student is going to create at least 5 to 10 new jobs in the market. So with that, we can accommodate the young population into this particular skill set and jobs. So that is the order of the day. We have to change. Ultimately, the mindset should be changed. With the changing mindset, now everything will be going hand in hand. Now there is no difference between male and female. That we must realize. We must take away and we must educate the people, those who are not treating equal. You must tell to the public, every person is equal, every person is capable to do anything. So with these few words, once again, I appreciate the efforts of the team of RCUES and for the conducting different programs. And not only that, she is also involved in Vice Chancellor, Registrar, OSD and all. Now so many programs which we are participating in the form of Chief Guest or Guest of Honor. So in Osmania University, the seminars Mela and workshops Mela is going on. So I appreciate the efforts of Honorable Vice Chancellor for communicating to do something differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting that this is a time of action rather than discussion, and for highlighting that their mother should set the precedent for her kids, and also congratulating RCUES because of efforts of the Director, sir, for emerging visibility in central CPSCs and state level public enterprises in the domain of training, and also highlighting the strength of India, that is the demographic constraint that is falling between 25 to 50, which is considered the strength of India, that HRD, even our Prime Minister also emphasized that. So rather than searching for a job, they can be entrepreneur and they can be innovative in their approach. So thank you so much, sir. Now I request Director, sir, to please felicitate our chief guest, Sir Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Sir, Registrar, Osmania University. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. In recognition of the service for the growth of Osmania University, on behalf of RCUES, I request Director Professor Srinagesh, sir, to... Achha, sir. I request our Registrar Sir, Professor G. Yes,
Sorry, madam. This is actually our Vice Chancellor, sir, initiation in recognition of the work which the women administrators have done. So he has actually asked me to felicitate our principal madam, Vijulata madam, and also Lavanya madam and Shirisha madam to felicitate in this particular program, because it is on gender equity. To keep that word, he has asked us to felicitate. So this in honor of the all women. So from the Osmania University, he has selected these 3 women. Thank you very much.
Now I request the following delegates to... I'm really sorry, I couldn't see that. I request Lavanya ma'am to... Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request you, sir, to please felicitate Shirisa ma'am. I request Shirisa ma'am to please come on the dais. Thank you, Professor Naresh Reddy sir, and all the guests of honors.
Just a minute. Very good evening, one and all. I would just like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Senior Professor Kumar Garu, to think this new idea of felicitating us, and I am honored to be felicitated on this platform. That we can lead the university. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In this continuation, now I request our chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy sir, and Director RCUES, Professor B. Srinagesh sir, to felicitate the delegates. I request the following delegates. I invite the following delegates. I request Professor Kalpana ma'am. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Hema Malini, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Anuradha, ma'am, Head Geography Department, to Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Gopa Sabanta, ma'am, to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Baswati Das, ma'am, to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Jaya Bhala, ma'am, to please come on the dais.
So I request our registrar sir to please felicitate Anupama Dubey. Please, I am.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. And now I request Jaya Bhala, ma'am, to please propose the vote of thanks. Thank you, ma'am.
There is one request from one of the participant from NEHU. He has written a book, and I request our registrar sir to honor that release of the book.
Has come to the close of the two-day national conference on gender equity in urban India, bridging gaps through policy, planning and public finance. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, and the guest of honor, Professor M. Vijulata and Professor V. Lavanya, for gracing the valedictory session and for sharing their valuable insights and reflection with us. I would like to place on record our deep appreciation for Shri B. Srinagesh, Director, Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, whose vision and support were instrumental in organizing this conference. Round of applause for him. My sincere thanks to Professor B.K. Pandey from Arun Jaitley National Institute of Financial Management and Professor Anil Kumar from National Institute of Technology, Calicut, for their valuable contribution and encouragement. Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful to our distinguished plenary speakers, Professor B. Srinivasu, Professor Virendra, Professor G.B. Reddy, Professor Bashpati Das, Professor Priya Narayanan, Professor Sudhakar Priyadarshi, for their thought-provoking presentations which enriched the academic disclosure of this conference. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the distinguished panel discussions speakers, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Professor Gopas Mantha, Ms. Riti Raj, Professor B. Lavanya, Dr. Stuti Gupta, and Professor Shahab Fazil for sharing their valuable insights during the panel discussion. We are really grateful to all the panelists. I would also like to sincerely thank the invited speakers of the technical sessions, Mr. Chena Vivek from NIT Calicut and Dr. Deepthi from NIT Calicut for their insightful talks on urban land use, property rights, and women economic participation in urban India. Our sincere thanks are also due to all the session chairpersons, co-chairpersons, rapporteurs, and paper presenters who actively contributed to the technical sessions with their valuable research papers and discussions, making the conference intellectually vibrant and meaningful. I would also like to thank the organizing institutions, RCUES, NIT Calicut, and AJNIFM, the organizing committee, volunteers, support staff, whose tireless efforts ensured the smooth conduct of this conference over the last 2 days. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, participants for their enthusiastic participation and valuable contribution, which made this conference a great success. With this, I thank each one of you once again and wish you all a very safe journey, those who are going to catch the flights, right, including me, and continued success in your academic and professional endeavors. Thank you very much and see you again.
Sorry, I request the senior faculty members who have been felicitated for a group photo.